Hello everyone, welcome to the WardiTV Summer Championship Playoffs, day number 2. We'll start off with Classic versus Cure and head into that TVP. It's got potential to be a TVP heavy day, but we could also see some mirror matchups as well. That's what our bracket looks like. Heading into day 2, after day 1 we already saw Clem making it all the way to the upper bracket final from the top half of the bracket. Hero did knock down ByuN on the bottom half. That's mostly what we're going to be watching today. Classic versus Cure, loser versus ByuN, winner versus Hero, this Nightmare matchup, and then this MaxPax matchup. So that is the order of things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Best of 5s coming up, and then we finish this tournament off on Thursday and round it out. So that's what's going on, that's what's happening. Yeah, just have a couple of videos done already, and we'll actually have our first map pick made in a moment as we get this Classic Cure TVP matchup ready to roll out. How's everyone doing? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome on Twitch, welcome on YouTube. Good to see you all. Let me see Maganath coming up for the moment, so just going to get that underway. That's map number 1. And we're going to head into Ultralove, Tokamak. Play lines after. Perfect. Alright, drop the lobby link down, get players in, and get ready to cast some StarCraft 2 today. So starting off on Maganatha for this opening game. Classic versus Cure. Exciting times indeed. Awesome. Looks like we're going to be able to start pretty swiftly, which is good. It's good to not be slow out of the gates. Especially 5 best of 5s. Hopefully we get some good matches today. Day 1 of the playoffs was a lot of 3-0ing, so I'm kind of hoping that today has a little bit more kind of spice built into it. We'll see how it goes though. As ready and go get caught. Let's do this. Let's go cast some StarCraft 2 TVP best of 5. The only match left in the upper bracket quarterfinals. Again, Classic and Cure were busy the other day, so instead of doing all 4 of the upper bracket round of 8, we just kind of adjusted to that schedule a little bit, which we always like to try and do, if possible, help the players out and make their lives as easy as we can. Let's load in. Let's send it off. Cast some StarCraft 2. Gonna start off in the bottom right-hand corner. I actually really love this matchup because obviously we talk about recent events and so on, yada yada. Obviously EWC, and we've got the runner-up and the 3rd place finisher of EWC right here against each other. So I actually feel like that makes for a pretty cool little matchup. I like it. So excited to see what that means for us as we get underway. In the bottom right, obviously that 3rd place finisher of EWC is going to be Cure. And he takes on Classic, the Red Protoss, our 2nd place finisher, the runner-up of the World Championship. How does he look in the PVT? Obviously a matchup that he was very good in to get to this sort of, to get to that runner-up position, to get to that 2nd place. He had to be good at this matchup because, well, he took down Clem on the way. Cure's a crafty player, though, and he's got some sneaky builds. And honestly, I think Cure sometimes can look really, really solid in the macro build as well, in the macro game. So I'm genuinely intrigued to see what happens here, because we also have a Classic who maybe has not played as well since EWC, right? You know, he definitely peaked at that event, and coming into this, next tournament now, I look at this, yeah, and I haven't seen Classic look the same, right? He's not been in the finals of the weeklies like he was building up to EWC. It really feels like he peaked at the correct time. And hence here he is, he's obviously doing well in this event. He got 1st place out of his group into the round of 8 here, so I'd say a fun draw to see them up against each other. I do think a lot of people probably look at this as like a very one-sided series towards Classic, I think. I actually think this is quite competitive and back and forth. the line that I want to really kind of just talk about, I suppose, as we get into an Engineering Bay block starts already from the very get-go. Cure wants to put some disruption onto his opponent's side of the map and really make it difficult for Classic to get set up correctly here at first. CV coming right down into the natural. Just going to be seeing the reactor coming up on the barracks factory, finishing very soon. And the CC still building up as well. Add an SCV on in there. And yeah, Stalker, Warp Gate, Nexus, bit of everything on the way through for the moment. Just getting everything set up. Take a few moments to get all of that underway. A couple of Hellions on the way out. Not too surprising when you see that Engineering Bay block and the third base gets taken. Reacted Hellions can be that little bit more annoying than usual, just because they will have that kind of chance to kind of hit multiple bases. It's harder. You can't just wall the natural and you're good. So it does open a door for the Hellions to actually slip by and for maybe the units to not quite be able to defend against this. Hellions will be used as part of the defense here, which they're not effective against the Stalkers, but they do some damage, and they will be used to kind of force this Stalker away. But there's a second Stalker coming up as well, so Classic might be able to keep poking forward for a little bit here. We really do not want to lose a Hellion. We do pull back. The Marine went down so far, as the SCVs will pull, and repairs are available. This is the downside of building Hellions, and these Stalkers coming across the map as aggressively as they have done has absolutely been a benefit right now. And the command center is not finished, so this is a continued delay on the CC. And now we come down this ramp, but 4 Hellions again are going to struggle to push back Stalkers. And third Stalker shows up as well, so Classic continue to rally onto the other side. We're sending it now. The SCV is actually getting reach of that Stalker there. That actually is a pretty big deal. They got a lot of damage done, all things considered. And now we're body blocking against this last Stalker as well that just showed up. It's a cleanup, but obviously Kyo gives up all of his harassing potential, and he's the one that really lost eco-wise in this trade as well. Does he want to give up a Hellion to chase down this Stalker? Looks like yes, he does. Don't blame him, right? The Stalker count is something you like to usually kind of keep up and to a high level. Losing Stalkers like this is honestly, like I say, for the Hellions, maybe not so bad for Kyo. Yes, you do not have the option to go and run into a mineral line. But if you kill a bunch of it's like when you have the Widow Mine drop, right? And the Widow Mine hits a Stalker, and you're like, well, that's a great trade, getting a Stalker early. It's a similar vibe. That said, the Widow Mine's max potential is usually 1 probe with the Protoss Micros correctly. I feel like these Hellions have more potential than that, but we're actually still building Hellions, so maybe we do still have run around and into mineral line opportunity here. 3 gateways up should just say that that shouldn't really happen. Is it 3? It's 2. So 2 gateways up. Gonna say that we should have enough Stalkers to stop it from happening, but you never know. It only takes a moment of those Hellions slipping by to get a couple of one-shots on lined-up workers, and boom, the worker damage gets done. We actually are going to split the Hellions as well, as Classic tries to take his 3rd expansion now, occupying the natural location. He's going to run toward the main. Gets walled off there, but the units are going to pull over to the main base to deal with this. He did not expect 2 more Hellions. Fortunately, it is going to be a battery in position. If he'd send 2 over to the main base and the 3 Hellions come across to the natural, or this location here, then that could have been huge, and actually we maybe still do have a chance to get some kills. These Hellions are still stacking up damage. The battery's out of energy. 7 kills in the end. Wow, we actually got there. Oh, honestly, pretty well executed attack from Kieran. What a weird early game. Hellions versus Stalkers, then the Hellions still in good enough numbers. He does put a lot of minerals into that Hellion count. To be able to get to this point where there's that many Hellions haven't been on the field, you've invested into a lot of Hellions. That does delay your barracks because you can't afford the minerals to put the barracks down, right? So yes, he's got the barracks, but the entire switch into bio is going to be slowed from where you would usually expect. As Stimpack is finishing and we only have, what, like 6 Marines on the map. That said, we do also have some Marauders. The Marauder count looks reasonable. Charge still building, Stalker coming up. +1 combat shield, all building by. Just having ourselves the Forge and the Gateway coming up as well. The bio is going to stem through. The Stalkers have to lift up right away. Prism has to pull back, as we do see the couple of Marauders continue to get some shots off. Stalker just steps straight up. That bunker's going to go down. Nice force field as well. Blocks the ram. A lot of the units up in the main base ready to defend there. A few SCVs going down as Cure It's actually down 14 workers already, by the way. Kind of crazy when you consider that we actually had quite a few workers of Classic going down, which still shows you how much that harassment earlier from Classic did as well. Because now Classic in some trouble, though, and those Stalkers, some of them had already blinked, so they will go down without being able to escape out of there. And that is going to be Pure pushing this army back, but again, it came at a cost of 11 SCVs, puts him down by 20. That is a significant amount, quite frankly. That's a pretty darn huge number. This one and that Storm continue to come through from the moment. We'll just have the Stalker Zealot still gathering up right here. So again, we bring that about. Storm and that attack upgrade coming through. And the Immortal building up as well. We continue to get that all underway for the moment. Marauder still building by. The Widow Mine going to be on its way through. The couple of Zealots just going to unload out of the prism. And we do have the Bioforce looking to try and get up to the top. Marauders in the front taking some damage. The Stalkers are going to blink. Prism from the other side. We continue to kite away. Getting away from those Zealots for a few moments. And just don't know if Kira really has the numbers to keep trading like this. I mean, the Zealots are so tanky as well. There's the Storm coming through too, going to make it even more challenging for Kira here. Next Storm doesn't really do too much, but with an Immortal in the mix as well, everything looks powerful from Classic. Kira starts to get a little bit of the numbers lead and chasing forward now before there's more Zealots and more Storms. Feels good, but there are the Zealots at least. The High Templar walked in, do not have the energy yet, but it's scary because pulling back away from this in the Medivacs is going to feel somewhat impossible because of the few Stalkers that can still chase after as well. Going to step forward again, gets rid of a High Templar, gets rid of the Zealots. Are we breaking through? The Storm coming in just in time. Keeps a few of those units of Kira just about on the edge of range. Kira is still a 2-base Terran player, so the problem is that he needs to win right now, and he's getting pushed. He's not got enough momentum for what a 2-base Terran player should have realistically. He gets another High Templar, because the way to keep momentum is definitely going to be stopping the Storms from having an impact. So that part of this is good. Is it going to be good enough? The Widow Mine burrows up, it gets killed off. The two Immortal Stalker Zealots continue to step through. Marine Marauder Medivac, a couple of extra SCVs coming about as well. +2 and the Immortal still building from Classic. Pile jumps over to the left-hand side. Pile going to get jumped on. It's going to be seeing the few Zealots are going to step through as well. Mortal stepping in. The High Templar's coming. We're not going to see this bio spreading, but I mean, you can just see that it doesn't feel like there's enough bio power just yet. Just get around the top side. Again, how do you get through these Archons with bio units only? 3 Immortals as well. Very tanky, very powerful. It's actually a 4th Immortal in there. We're going to get units wrapping around the other side. I just don't think the numbers are there for Cure. Honestly, a pretty darn good effort, but just, like I say, running out of steam a teeny bit at the end there. That's not quite going to be good enough as Classic takes game 1 of this BO5. GG. Alrighty, we will head into game number 2. Our second map here is going to be Ultra Love, so we'll get that set up for you all. And head into some more StarCraft in Ultra Love as Classic takes the 1-0 lead. I'm kind of cheering on Cure, if I'm honest. I want to see the more TVPs through the day rather than the PvP and TVT, but I'm not really upset with any matchups that we get, but yeah, trying to avoid some mirrors is never a bad thing. It would be kind of fascinating mirrors, though. Cure ByuN TVTs, I think, is very entertaining. Hero Classic PvP has potential to be pretty feisty and crazy as well, in fairness. Who am I missing? I'm missing you. You're not in the right chat channel. GGs and Go-Go's get called, and we'll get ready to commit. And we head into our second game here. Cure down by 1. Looking to avoid the lower bracket in a tournament which he's done well in the past. Cure is our most accomplished WardiTV championship player of all time. He's got 3 gold medals and 1 silver and 1 bronze. 5 medals total. is more than anybody else. It's more victories than anybody else, and that goes across the end-of-year championships and our seasonal championships that we run every year. Kua last victorious back in 2023 for the Winter Championship, but he's actually a 2-time Summer Champion as well in 2019 and 2021, so he's been here in this event a few times, looking to get it done this year. We'll have to try and bounce back, though, as up one in the top right corner of the map, the red Protoss player is Classic. And in the bottom left, our blue Terra player from Team Liquid is Kua. How come Kua have more victories than anyone else when Hostam is undefeated in this tournament? I mean, Hostam is undefeated because he's gone for the not participating strategy. If only we tracked the qualifiers, you know? Ay, ay, ay. So game number 2, as the gas comes up and we settle ourselves into this one. Go to Ultra Love, which you do feel like is a bit more of a reasonably sized map. Kua obviously 2 basing in that last game with the 5 racks. I actually think with how well Kua was doing, if this was a smaller map that we'd seen, I actually think if we were playing a smaller map, he would have won, to be honest. Like, if that last map was any smaller, because there were moments where it looked like he might break through. And a few reinforcements showed up, and it got a bit close. In the end, he just didn't quite have that extra bit of oomph. But Aganath is one of the larger maps, so if that had been on a smaller map, maybe that would have been fine for Kua. Small margins, as always, at the highest level of StarCraft. Part of the beauty of the game. Marine over the right-hand side, factory coming up, the reactor is building. Just see the Nexus dropping down into place, a couple of Adepts on the way out. And get those Corona boosted along as the factory sets up as well, bringing that straight into play here currently. A couple Marines on the way through as well. Adepts just going to shade their way out across the other side. A couple of Stalkers are building on the gateways. That Wolf Gate's still coming online as well. Have an RCC. And Marines coming through. The factory about to finish, and these Adepts are about to move up the ramp toward the Marines. 1 Marine, 2 Marines. Picked off already. 3rd Marine going to go down. That is the Adepts having a successful time there thus far. Again, Orbital on the starport still building through. The tech lab's coming online. Going to be seeing the Adepts getting into the corner and picking off an SCV for the moment. Just a couple of Stalkers still continues. So harassment ongoing with these couple of units. Obviously, 2 gateways here from Classic is funky. He's going to have the expansion, but he's putting a lot of investment into the here and the now. The Cyclone should do a lot to stop this. We're actually going to push down this ramp with SCVs. Trying to regain the high ground, but then the Adept Shade obviously does a lot to stop the high ground from being that much of an advantage as well. The Adepts are going to shade for the mineral line, so they're committed in. The Cyclone's about to arrive, and that will put pretty much a stop to this, but the multitasking is being a problem for Kira as well, as Classic gets rid of the depot. The Cyclone does not get the Stalker even, and that's 5 SCVs down. This gateway-based opening working wonders. Again, Twilight Council is later than it would be, because we've built more units off of more gateways than usual. But it still is going to be Blink on the way, and obviously the damage done really does feel significant enough to have justified what's happening so far. Here we're going to try and keep the Cyclone in range, but the high ground will be a stopper to that as well, unfortunately. A couple more Marines still building through the tank and the SCVs. Building in as well. That Blink coming by, the assimilators coming through. When the Marines just join up, we will have the cloaking on the way as the Banshee and the Siege Tank both continue to build, so we get that started. Again, Banshee tank coming about. Cloak coming through. Get a couple of refineries coming up as well. Link will finish very shortly. Temple Archives building. The gates coming online. Marines is going to gather over to the corner with these. The medevac going to hit the main base, and actually not prepared for this at all is Classic. So opportunity for Cure. He gets in for 4 workers straight away, and he's going to be up and out with a very healthy medevac. So still a chance to return at some point. Now that does mean those units are kind of pinned into the corner for now. It does mean they're not going to be back at home defensively or anything anytime soon, but I feel like that's not a bad start. And you do have the Cloak Banshees coming up as another wave of aggression in the near future. Stalkers settle the Observer right there as well, keeping an eye on things. The couple factories continue through also right now. And a couple more factories building. The armory will be on the way. And we are going to see the mech. This is something we've seen a little bit of. The mech has been an option as of late in TVP, and Kira has been one of the big advocates for us. But we're going to get a good scout here with these Stalkers already arriving, and Macfield going down is going to delay the power of these, of this mech play a little bit as well. As the Cyclones push through, the Observer goes down, the Stalkers get shoved out of there. So far, so good in that regard. And Storm building through, the charges coming up, a couple of the High Templars still building. We do have our Macfield continuing in once again. The Raven finishing shortly, and the Banshee's going to get to work on a couple of those probes. 4 or 5 workers down already, and now a jump across to the natural, perhaps. The Observer's there, though, so the Stalkers, we eat the feedbacks too, so they're going to get uncloaked. And she can sit in the corner, maybe. And then Medevac tries to come back in as well, but it will take some damage. Stalker's still in place. Good defense by Classic, who's not given up on any part of this game. Just keeping on top of what's going on. It's been a rough start, actually. Like, he actually started well, but I feel like the counter damage from Kira has been plentiful, and has definitely netted him a little bit of an advantage back on track. But, yeah, Classic not letting it be worse than it needs to be, right? Making sure these Banshees don't get extreme amounts done. Making sure the Medevac doesn't get back into the main base. I think that stuff is very important to keep on top of right now. Again, we get the Infernal Pre-Ignite producing. We get the Macfield Accelerator on the way, plus 1 vehicle weapons coming up as well. It's fun. Storm on the Banshees makes them move into range as well, because they were not on hold position, I suppose. But I guess if you get stormed and you sit in it, that isn't exactly ideal either. It is taking some attention away, though. And hey, those Hellions have a gap into the third base mineral line. And there's going to be a few probes that go down to this. So these few Hellions force the blink instantly, but it's still 4 workers going down. We're going to make it 5. We might be able to target fire for 6. It's not going to happen now. There was 1 probe maybe that was up for grabs there still, but it didn't happen. The Medevac again, still in the top corner. Classic going to start launching an attack, though. He wants to come across the map and make something happen here. Next unit's just going to go warping by. Just have ourselves a little shove in. Guardian Shield coming up. Anti-arm missile hitting a few High Temple in the back. Stalker's trying to fight. Storm onto a couple of those Cyclones as well as we find a little bit more damage. Good storms from Classic. He's just going to overwhelm this. It does look like it. Mech was just not strong enough just yet. That Prism Gun warping is kind of the death sentence here. With that warping of Venus, there's just no way you hold this off anymore as Cure. And Classic not messing around as he gets straight in looking for the kill. No problemo. And, yeah, that is pretty much just going to be that. GG has to be called. Classic takes a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. A map away from victory, as 3-0s have definitely been the flavor for the upper bracket round of 8. And that remains true here for now, as we'll get Game 3 hosted. Just give me a moment or two, guys, and I'll run some ads. Helps support the stream and the tournaments, of course, as we load into Tokamak. Alright, we'll take a second. Get ready for Classic Q at Game 3. Looks as though they're both ready, so no reason to wait around. We can just get this started straight up and get back on track here. Get this rolling. And a going. So Tokamak coming through. Say we get that going and we get ourselves into play. In the top right hand side, we're going to have ourselves the Red Brawlers player. This is going to be the wonderful Classic, who is up 2-0 and looking good, man. I actually really thought he was starting to take a bit too much damage in that last game. I thought we might have had a chance for the mech to really show its power, but he was absolutely not going to be shaken. And his attack across the map was decisive and very solid in the end, coming through. Bottom left-hand side from Team Liquid, we've got Cure, the blue Terran player. Game 3 of the series. It's time to start doing here as Cure. There's no more messing around. It's time to just win. Hey, I said coming in, I thought a lot of people would kind of just pick Classic as a favorite, but I thought it was going to be a lot closer than that. But hey, I think the people might be right. Classic is definitely looking like the favorite right now. I really had a little bit more hope for Cure than this so far, so hopefully something positive from him here in this Game 3. If not, we'll be dropping down to a TVT elimination match with him in the lower bracket against ByuN. I wonder if that would advance through to play against MaxPax as well. It's not exactly a fun section of the bracket, actually, if you drop down there. That might just be the end of our Terran players outside of Clem in the upper bracket, to be honest. So, yeah, we'll see how that turns out as you have the SCV and Proby knocking around. Just going to get the SCV nibbling onto the probe a few moments. And the other SCV coming across as well. I don't think going mech against Protoss, even with the Broken Cyclone's good enough. But yeah, it's been weird because a few players have really tried to push it lately. There's been a few guys who have really tried to kind of make it a thing. But yeah, I think the general consensus, my general consensus is I agree. I think it's still a weaker playstyle. I think it's something which, especially now, as it's been around for a couple of weeks even, now I really start to feel as though it's getting figured out as well, and the pros players are a little bit more confident as to how they want to approach it, when they can attack into it, etc. And Depth is going to step across Reaper will move through. We'll just poke around then. Twilight Council coming online and get that sorted in a few moments' time as the starport producing through from Cure. Still green position. Reaper gets turned around. The Hellions and the Marines just push that Adept back the other side a little bit, so we do shove that out the other way. Again, banishing the cloak, setting up, just gonna have the blink and the sentry building through. The Nexus on its way up, robotics facility coming by as well. Taking a couple of moments here to keep on settling down. Reaper's gonna move out onto the map. The Hellion and the Reaper heading up the top side also, just currently. Like he is quite a crafty player, but this series has been a lot of just what we expect from Kira lately, right? The 2 base all in. It's kind of, I guess both games have kind of been off to weird starts as well, which maybe influences kind of where you go to. Takes away your potential of maybe being kind of super crafty as well. So there is an impact to be had in that regard when you stop and think about it a little bit, as the hallucination flying overhead. A couple of additional barracks still building online. And you see that Banshee going to take a few more nibbles and a few more shots. Another Banshee pops out, flying over to the natural. Delivering the charge coming through. The extra Stalker's building up as well. Barracks lifts, moves to the tech lab. Reactor. Crank out a couple of additional Marines. The Stalkers blink down toward the bottom left-hand side as well. And those Banshees still just join up together for the moment. Alright, all our upgrades are very much so on the way through here currently. Stalker settling down, a few units splitting backward. Gonna jump onto those Banshees for a couple of moments, as one of them is going to go down instantly. Yep, that ain't it for Kira. As the upgrades continue through for him, but nothing done with the Banshees. Nothing to slow the Protoss down at all. He starts at 3rd CC now. I'm not sure if that was kind of his initial intentions or not, but it may just have to be his intentions, considering the Banshees are so lackluster. You know, you invest into those Banshees, you lose one before you do a single thing. And the thing is that the Banshees not doing anything takes away from the strength of the rest of this army that was looking to move out. Because you're not distracting on the other side of the map. You're not getting damage done that you then are trying to replace while the rest of the units hit. You know, so the lack of success in the Banshees immediately impacts your, you know, the rest of your game essentially. And puts you into a little bit of a difficult place. Impact Combat Shield and the +1 will build up, and obviously will finish soon, giving us the chance perhaps maybe still be on the map and do something, but nowhere near the power that we were perhaps first intending. Classic, unsurprisingly, with that Storm upgrade starting up for us as well, bringing that straight through. The Banshee is going to go toward the top. The Zealots and the Immortal is going to crank through, knock down a set of rocks right there. Stalker going down as well. And again, the army just gathering up for the moment as we have a couple of those Stalkers looking to fight. Widowmines and ByuN stepping forward, Concussive Shells, Vikings. The rest of the Marine Marauder coming about also now. And she is going to continue to float about for just a few moments. It's up to Back Aware. Thank you so much for the 19-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting WardiTV, Summer Championship, and other events. Thank you so much. Yeah, these Stalkers have to move away. The command center lands off to the edges. Yeah, an SCV just at the front and then blink away. A single lone Banshee shows up. It's going to be very sad at that. It just can't do enough. And it's going to go down as well. Secure. Okay, the Banshee actually lives, but it's going to be low HP and stuck in the corner. Very unlikely it has a feature in this game. Right now it's more taking up supply than it is doing anything of use, so not exactly ideal in that regard. Let's just have the rest of the Zealot Stalker gathering. The High Templar obviously mixing in as well with the Storms available. This is the army that Classic wants to be on. It looks like he's ready to start pushing. He's going to take a 4th base behind this. The rest of that Zealot Stalker still settling through. The Ghost building, Medivacs, and the armor upgrade coming online. I mean, Ghosts are going to be out. If you have a couple of EMPs available, I think you can argue that this gives you an option, or a chance here at least, to try and fight this. Especially if you're sat defensively, you get some EMPs on the Zealots, you can dodge the Storms fairly decently maybe. Then I think there's going to be a chance. I think there's going to be an opportunity in that moment to try and see some success. So, see how this goes. The High Templar's going to step forward. A few units going to get stormed. That storm is honestly not too crazy. It softens up a lot of the Marauders. Marines pulling back as Kira waiting to stim, and stims now. A couple more High Templars still approaching. We have a Ghost with EMPs available. Not able to get them far enough forward to use on the Zealot, on the High Templar. He already had an answer to the Zealots just from sheer firepower, and we will chase this away. Defense made by Kira. Classic will not succeed attacking in just yet. Hey, the Banshee actually is going to have a role in the game. He kills a pylon. Go Banshee. Like I say, to me, that Banshee was as good as dead, right? So it was kind of, its time was done. The rest of the bio coming back over. +2 attack, +1 armor, extended thermal lance still coming about right now, so we continue bringing that online currently. We're going to push up. Next is going to take a few more shots of damage. You're going to see the EMP on the Prism, and the High Templars don't have clutch energy there. That's not a great storm. Oh, 2 more storms were much better, and we're getting forced into a corner from Cure, but is it going to another? Bro, I can't even see where these High Templar are coming from with the energy, man. Like, I actually thought Cure was taking a fantastic fight, but he just got stormed to death. Just storms. That's the problem, right? Like, this just feels like Storm will last forever. Like, there's just so many of them available. I mean, that's just it. Class is going to have way too much here. He's going to press on through and is looking to just win on the counterattack because Cure lost everything. He committed. And unfortunately, just ends up in a very tough position. Cure's going to be heading down to that lower bracket. Classic will be going up against Hero, who actually knocked out of the last WardiTV Championship in spring. He actually knocked Hero out in the lower bracket, which is why Classic got the top 4 pre-seed into this tournament, and Hero did not. There's the GG called, and Classic will indeed confirm the 3-0 once again in this winner bracket round of 8. The 3-0s have been so real. Again, that's Clem against Nightmare, MaxPax against Zan, Hero versus ByuN, and Classic versus Cure all go 3-0. Well, Classic advances on to play Hero. We'll be going into TVT up next, guys. So we'll be heading into the matchup between Hero. Sorry, we'll be going into ByuN versus Cure. So we'll head into ByuN versus Cure. Then after that, we have Hero versus Classic. And then after that, we have... yeah, we have Hero versus Classic, and then we'll have the lower bracket quarterfinals, and we'll eliminate 2 more players. So 3 players will be knocked out today. We'll have 4 players remaining going into Thursday's games. Excited for the PvP actually between Classic and Hero. I actually think that one really has a lot of potential to get a little bit crazy, so be a lot of fun too. That's not going to be ley lines started up, guys. It's going to be TVT. Unfortunately, 2 of our Terrans have to play each other right now. And one of them will fall already. And honestly, the other's going to move on to play against MaxPax later on today. I'm not exactly super hopeful for either of these guys against MaxPax. Kira's had some good games against MaxPax lately, ByuN not so much. I think that's difficult for anyone, to be honest, so it's going to be a difficult one for sure. Alright, ByuN Cure readying. I think we're going to be able to go. So, we've got 5 casters. That's what we had before. TVT time. Cure and ByuN coming up. Let's get this ready to go. So, we can get this started. In the bottom left-hand side, our best of 5 elimination series. Loser of this is out. Top 8 of the Summer Championship. The winner moves into top 6. A battle against MaxPax later on today will determine that one. It's going to be ByuN, our red Terran player, in that bottom left-hand side. And fresh off that loss against Classic is going to be Cure, the Terran in the blue in the top right-hand side of this map. As we get our second series of the day underway, like I say, just ferocious opening match. Quite one-sided, unfortunately for us. See what will happen is the racks and the gas coming through, the refinery coming down. Just going to be seeing the setup continue here. First few moments, of course, there's a lot of differences that can happen in terms of TVT and how things may be able to go. Reaper in the orbital building up, barracks on the way through. Just going to have ourselves the setup starting here, and the factory beginning from ByuN. So a little bit faster on that factory. Here gets the gas for it now. It's pretty similar builds, just a little bit of a different way of getting to that point. Obviously, both players will be on the double gas before we expand. ByuN in general just has the slower Reaper, but the faster gas, right? So it was Rax gas versus gas racks, if I had to guess after not paying attention. It's probably the difference that you're seeing here. So kind of minor difference. At the end of the day, this pretty much leads to the same outcome of where the players are going to be at for the TVT. And wait for those factories to finish. The Reaper's still coming through. The orbital command going to pop out a couple of SCVs, and that Reaper is going to be moving up around the top side for the moment as well. Again, a little bit of Reaper Hellions still coming through. The command centers will build, and 2 Reapers from Cure will get Adventurers, which is not always the guarantee on, a TVT, because a lot of the time being the aggressor nets you the disadvantage. Oh, he actually is going to get around the 2 Reapers and the Hellions. The timing is spot on. He's going to be able to hop into that main and be annoying. ByuN's got a Hellion popping soon. There's a chance we lose a couple of SCVs, though. One on the starport, and there's the Hellion. So now we just got to decide how we want to approach this. Loses the SCV. Killers have jumped into the refinery there. Gonna try and grenade again. Gonna get 3 workers killed. On the other side, it's gonna be tough to do damage because 2 Hellions are here and they are in position. We are gonna be seeing the Hellion left to try and deal with that. It's actually turned out not as bad for Cure as I thought. To see him unable to actually stop this Hellion though. So ByuN is actually gonna be able to succeed here, and it's actually Cure that really ends up losing the Hellions. 2 Hellions and 3 Reapers and an SCV die from Cure. 2 Reapers only from ByuN. His Hellions stay alive and 3 SCVs. I think I like it for ByuN because it feels like his units are still on the map and have potential. But we'll see if they can do anything else. Obviously, the SCV count does favor Cure coming out of this because he just killed a little bit more. Command Center on the low ground, morphing into the orbital now. And as we run up the ramp, and that is going to be Sacrifice City. I mean, that is just... There's units there, ByuN! And he just runs right up into them, so nothing really gained there. So he does have the faster Cyclone, though, so that's a difference as well. The tech lab was not done yet from Cure. He kept building Hellions, which is probably why ByuN ran up. He probably thought if there's anything there, it's going to be like a Cyclone on the way, and it wasn't ready yet. But then, obviously, Cure actually built Hellions before he went into the tech lab. So the extra Hellions catch ByuN off guard. He takes some losses. And you just have our Cyclone going to patrol in the center of the map currently. Hyperflight rotors building up for the starport, so those Banshees are going to be on the way through very shortly as well. Both Cyclones will rally out the front. We do have the Banshee, the Hyperflight rotors coming online again. Raven Marines and the Siege Tank coming through, as you just have the Raven moving around to the top side of the map. Two Cyclones will make their move again, taking a step forward. Tanks on both sides of the map as well, on the way out. Raven, the two Cyclones still gathered together. See the armory building through, the factory coming online. And this army sets up to keep an eye on what is happening. And as the tanks will regather themselves. Double armory building through, so we are going to be seeing the straight up mech play from ByuN. I mean, that's not so surprising. We already saw the Hyperflight rotors, so ByuN's going to have to deal with these Banshees. Gets Vikings in reach. I was going to say, I thought the first shot could have come a moment sooner perhaps, but it doesn't matter. He gets the kill. One Banshee going down. You know, nipping it before it begins, these Banshees and their aggression is really kind of a great strategy, you know? Duh. But, like, realistically, like, these Banshees can be so annoying. If they build up into better numbers, like, they're always going to be a nuisance in the game. Killing one early, I mean, here in this case is not actually continuing to build Banshees, but we've seen many a game where Banshees build into high numbers and are generally just very tough to stop. So shutting it down hard like this right off the bat, gotta love that right away here. Army coming across. You can see the couple tanks join together. Hellions coming back through. Vikings, the Banshees settling down as well. Stim combat +1 all building, the +1 vehicle weapons and plating coming up on the side of Kira as well. A couple of Vikings and tanks continue in. The army of ByuN settling in the center. The few Hellions come about. Gonna go after a couple of those SCVs. Some damage being dealt. A mule gonna go down as well. Green tank gonna get a little grab. So gonna make that motion. Just gonna see the upgrades obviously finishing shortly. ByuN is going to struggle to do too much, because being aggressive into mech, especially when they're only on 3 bases, it's tough. Their defense is in position. They realistically just have what they need to hold on and hang on in there. There's not a lot else for them to really look to kind of do initially. As the Vikings and the Ravens move back and forth. Marine tank joining. She's going to take a little bit of a dive forward. Matrix going down. The Vikings still taking some big hits. Some other tanks getting sieges. We do see these Vikings are really trying to poke on through for now. But those Vikings getting shot down. I mean, okay, this was a decent fight. Just where do you go from here? Like, on the ground, you can't really go anywhere because the tank line's so strong. That's why it's tough to break into 3 bases. When they hit 4 bases, a few more openings generally start to appear. Some positions have to be more weakly defended than they were previously. And that's when you can start to take a bit more control. Obviously, during this time, you can try and contain. You can slow them down. And in general, as long as you're not taking a straight-up fight, I kind of like it for the bio player. As long as we're expanding ourselves. We're actually going to see an attempted breakout right now. A lot of those tanks, by the way, super low HP, do not go down. Wow. if we'd gotten rid of a couple of those tanks and a few less shots had come off onto the ByuN army, I actually think ByuN would have been kind of loving this scenario, but instead takes a whole chunk of damage and is going to get pushed back for now. Because of shells coming through, the Liberators, the tank, the bio. The Liberators are the right idea as well, something that can push back a tank line if you do manage to take air control, which ByuN had. Now not so much, so may just use those Liberators for harassment while focusing elsewhere. One lib there would have been crazy. Yeah, I mean, the libs are just too late, right? He probably didn't think he was going to win the air fight as convincingly as he did, so... And the thing is as well, if you build libs earlier, they take a long time to build, they're expensive. Maybe you don't ever win the air fight as convincingly as he did, you know? That's the challenge, right? If it was just so easy to have libs in that army already and take air control, then people would be doing it all the time in TVT. But it does happen later on typically because it is just difficult. Unless you're playing like a super early double starport, which is then a whole different build in itself, right? That's typically seen as a much more all-in setup as well. It's very difficult to justify double starport and keep enough going on the ground for a longer game most of the time. Hellions getting chased, tanks getting some good damage done. We push that back. Hellions do go down. There's going to be a bunch of damage done there as the Vikings and the medevac back to the center. 2-2 upgrades coming about. Other upgrades coming through. Fire moves up top. Ready to make a move into this position. Tanks. Planetary Fortress, all things we can watch for here as the siege tanks will go for missile turret, go after the sensor tower, knock those down. One tank taking some damage in return. I was thinking this is like a Infernal Preigniter on a Hellion. When you see that kind of blue flame blasting in the corner of ley lines. I think of it every time. I'm always like, man, really makes me think of a Hellion just. Maybe this map is just a Mega Hellion, or maybe there's a Mega Hellion underneath just warming up. Maybe it's a sign you should play mech here, as the mech army does currently keep ByuN at bay. Again, these two players fighting to stay alive in this round of 8. Lower bracket, out of the tournament if you lose in this series. Win this series, you get to play against MaxPax later, which I don't think is going to be a lot of fun, but hey, at least you're still in the tournament. At least there's a shot to make your play, to have a shot at it. Vikings fighting through, actually winning the air battle. Not a good sign for ByuN. The bio army losing the air battle, and the mech army actually just pressing across the map is dangerous, because now you have a mech army heading your way, and you don't really have a good way to stop it. He's going to outmuscle you on the ground. This is where you need to be all over the map as ByuN and kind of hitting some, counterattacks, some, shoves here and there, the splitting, the multitasking. This is where this part of the game should shine, but ByuN lost a lot, so being able to do that's going to be a bit of a challenge. Liberators, though, do get in for 7 SCVs and finding some good shots initially, and this one still is not dealt with, so it will get a few more over on the natural expansion. Now the Marauders try and dive the tank line there, but maybe the right side would have been better. I don't actually know if there's a lot of defense on the right, but we're unsieged with the main force. The tanks staying on siege, only 1 or 2 of them sieging up in the end. We drop the Vikings down. Wow. Q is going to win that fight anyway, despite what looked like a disastrous setup. That really felt like it was going to be trouble. I like that ByuN gave up the SCVs to try and secure it as well. Q gets away with way too much there. I think as ByuN, you want to be getting a clean up on that army. If you have that opportunity, the only good answer for you, or the only good solution, is to clean it up. Otherwise, you're just in trouble. And I do think in the end there, you look to basically TLDR, just be in trouble. Alien tank moving back to the center. 3-3 upgrades are on the way from both players. So ByuN on the infantry, Q on the mech. Vikings going to come about. A couple of medevacs going down. We'll see the units still pushing across. For now, just going to be seeing the CC and taking some more damage. Hellbat tank coming through, and that base is going to fall. I don't think ByuN has a good answer anymore. It really does feel as though he is in a little bit too much trouble right now. Tank's going to siege. Bio going to come in from the other side, pulling the SCVs. One last ditch effort to save your base. As ByuN looks for the cleanup here, but the supply drops below 100. The SCV count is decimated. And this game 1 is going to belong to Kira, it would seem, as ByuN doesn't type GG just yet, but there's still Vikings in the sky. The air control is still available, and with that being there, that to me I think really is the kind of the doomsday moment, where if he still has air control, he's gonna have a freaking good continued time, right? And yeah, ByuN is 92 supply, not looking great for the moment as 3-3 continues up from both players, but it's not gonna get there. Kira does close out game 1, gets himself his first map of the day after getting through it by Classic. It's good to see he finds his resolve and is able to bounce back in the Terran versus Terran, as ByuN will be the one falling down a game. I love ByuN, and ByuN is one of my favorite players ever, but I do think if I've got to be kind of biased as the tournament organizer, I actually do cheer on Kira a little bit in this series. Just because I think Kira has a much more genuine shot of taking down MaxPax later today and keeping another Terran hope alive in this bracket than we have of seeing ByuN taking down MaxPax. So that's my kind of my bias in terms of being a tournament organizer. Keep a little bit more racial balance up until the top 4. So I'm kind of like it's very weird for me to not cheer against ByuN. I mean, I'm not really cheering against him. It'd be one of the few times I wouldn't be super upset to see ByuN dropping down, you know? I guess is what it kind of comes down to. Anyway, we are going to take a moment. Go. We have all the casters in. Perfect. Let's head into game number 2 then of this elimination best of 5. ByuN will be down a map. Can he bounce back? I won't be upset if we get to cast my ByuN MaxPax later. Like I say, there's no losing for me, because either I get to see ByuN advance, or we get to see what I think is maybe the better chance of a Terran kind of taking it to MaxPax later today. I think both are great options, right, for me, so yeah, let's get going. In the bottom left side, we'll start off with the player who leads the series then, 1-0. It is Team Liquid's Cure. And the top right, our red Terran player, it's ByuN. Game 2. Obviously, already mech in game 1 from Cure. Is it going to continue to be that kind of a vibe, or are we going to see something a little different, perhaps, as we continue to go by as well? Could be a possibility, right? Something to think on. Maybe we don't play mech. I mean, usually in TVT, players play both if they're going to play mech. Like, it's very rare someone purely plays mech nowadays, right? Usually they'll play mech on the maps they feel is better for them, or when they feel they can mix it up, or maybe off of a bad start where they need to recover a little bit more easily. You know, sometimes then they bring the mech out. It's very rare to see someone that just says, you know what, I'm gonna just mech it up in this series. Like, mech is my future. Like, that just doesn't really happen, funnily enough. Tanks is finishing, and the Reaper's on the way on both sides of the map, so opening so far. Going to be similar, but it is double gas from ByuN. Single gas from Q, so this time we're going to have a faster expansion coming down. And like I said, it's going to give us a little bit of a different setup on each side. Faster factory versus the faster expand. So ByuN will be the one that wants to try and get some damage done early. Will be behind a couple of SCVs naturally. Obviously, you expect ByuN to still expand here in the fairly near future. This is not ByuN just committing to what, to one base or anything. It's just he's going to have the slightly faster factory and the tools he can get from there. And you typically do expand behind it. You can already see his minerals stacking up toward the 400 point to get that expansion started sooner rather than later. Factory will finish shortly. The CC comes online as well. Troopers will head down across the map. And there's 2 Reapers on that Hellion, just going to gather up for a couple of moments, so we take a little bit of time. It's not going to be too crazily set up or anything just yet, so everything takes just a little bit to establish. Reaper and the Hellion will come about. The Hellion's the starport on the way through. Actually, try and poke with the front ByuN. Like I say, he is the player that wants to deal some damage. A couple of SCV kills would be great for him to help even out the numbers a little bit. That's 4. That's absolutely exactly what he wants. Amazing. He goes up in the work account then. Again, not by a lot, but not enough to be significant. He's going to lose these units, though. Does that open the door for the counter? ByuN's army supply will be low. He's already going to start committing into the Banshees once more, by the way, so that's already looking to be an initial commitment there from him. 6 SCVs dead. This is honestly very good from ByuN. He does a lot of damage, but like I said, I actually do think he's starting to get stabilized in terms of army as well, so I don't think he's actually going to be in that much trouble if his opponent comes back across the map at him. I think we're actually going to be pretty okay. Max floats on over. I'm going to take the reactor for a couple of moments. Just going to take that position. So do you see the couple of Widow Mines going to burrow up as well, so they get set just for now. And Banshee Cyclone, Hyperflight Rotors all coming into play. Just going to be seeing the Banshee coming about. See the Hellions gathering up as well. Interference Matrix and the Raven still building. As the factory swaps on over away from the tech lab to the reactor instead. And those 2 Banshees are going to make their way up the left-hand side. So Banshees on the move. Hyperflight Rotors will be finishing, so we will have them now sped up. Able to be even more aggressive around the map, of course. Does make some good fun. Those Ravens want to get in. Always risky, because obviously you lose those Ravens and you lose a lot of your kind of potential to keep on harassing the map yourself. And a lot of the safety when it comes to bigger fights is once more the Banshees get turned around pretty comfortably. Good defense against those initially from ByuN. That's exactly what happened last game too. He was quick to the defense and, against the Banshees. It was every other part of this that actually became the that kind of became the problem over time. So we continue to gather together. The Raven is going to go down. We got 4 SCVs. Do we love it for losing the 2 Ravens? I'm just going to answer for you guys. No, we do not. It's not great. It's not ideal in the slightest. Again, 1-1 upgrades and Stim both continue to build through. Just going to have our couple of Vikings and Hellions, the Siege Tank as well. Building up for the moment. 2 Cyclones. And ByuN going to be heading across for a little bit of time. Well, it's actually going to be Q pushing already, so a little bit of an early shove from him. 3rd CC's in position. He's down a few STVs, but he's up 20 army supply, and this shove may be something that ByuN struggles to deal with right now, so could be a little bit of a problem perhaps as we start a step forward, we move on in. Have ourselves ByuN just immediately going to have to evacuate the 3rd base. SCVs there are going to be in trouble. He just doesn't have the army supply, and again, he doesn't have too much. He gave up the Raven as well early, so that's one more thing we already kind of miss out on too. That definitely doesn't feel like a great start, to be honest, so far. As just have... is ByuN just dead? I mean, it kind of looks like ByuN's just dead. To be very plain about the situation, it is not looking good. Our boy's in trouble. boy is in trouble. He's going to drop a Matrix. He's going to try and fight in. There's only one tank that's sieged up here that can actually fire, so that does give you the chance to break out of this. The Hellions are tanking a lot, and honestly, the Hellions just do a lot of work as well. Tank is going to get un-matrixed. Honestly, genuinely, decent cleanup. Pushes Cure back in a scenario where the SCV count is actually going to be fairly even, and ByuN is going to find a way to play this game still. That's actually very impressive, because that was looking terrifying, and even at the tail end of the fight, I didn't actually think ByuN had done enough to truly break out of there. I thought he was absolutely still in trouble. Not the case. Apparently now the case. As he runs across and he just says GG. Yeah, he lost his third base, so I guess he has... I thought he lifted the third CC, but he lost the third CC as well. Okay, it was the case. He was dead. Ay. GG's. Yep. Alright, let's go game 3. ByuN is down by 2. It's going to have to be a resounding turnaround from him at this point to bring it back. Banshees have been indeed the spice of Q's builds. Drop the lobby link down. Get this started. Man, our playoffs, you know what, we had so many cool games in the groups. Our playoffs have been absolutely trash in comparison. Oh, pain. Happens, but pain. Happens a lot in our events. We get to playoffs and it just falls apart. Alright, Last Fantasy coming up. Game 3. Let's get in and see what happens here. See what happens. Last Fantasy, so it's kind of a fun map, if nothing else, here for our decider. In the top, we are going to have ourselves the blue Terran player. We are going to have ourselves Cure. He's up 2-0 against ByuN in the far right, but we are having someone disconnect. Indy is going to fall. Victim to the Korean server, perhaps. Actually early enough that I kind of feel like this might even just be a StarCraft kind of crashing thing. Sometimes that does happen as well. Take a few more moments and we'll get this back on track. As you can see, we are heading in the right direction at least. It's going to drop him instantly. And we get back to it on Last Fantasy subs, just in the very first moment still. Get this underway. So, game number 3. It is Cure, it is ByuN. We look to see what Last Fantasy will give us here. Does that mean I need to observe? No, we're just going to steal Rax's camera instead. My observing is really not good right now. The closer we get to the wedding, the more my brain is just scrambled from doing a lot of like stuff outside of streaming, and trying to get the focus together to observe and cast it is not happening lately. So We had some days the other day. We had some days in this in group stage 2 and stuff where like there was no other cast to see, and I actually had to observe myself. Oh my god, it was miserable. It was miserable over the weekend. Ah, that was rough, man. No one else here to cast with us. No cameras to steal. Felt bad, not gonna lie. Keep it. Hops down. Gets to the bottom of the map as we obviously go to scout initially. No one's scouted yet. This is the first scout of the game. As Kua will confirm his opponent is on the right-hand side. So ByuN is in the dark, but Kua knows where his opponent is at least for the moment. Helling just coming through, and we have ByuN has ventured still nowhere onto the map, so who knows where he's going to. ByuN just moved out the front a little bit. His Reapers are going to show up, and we'll see what ByuN's defense looks like right now. Not much going on. Reaper grenade coming down. The Reapers get pushed away. Hellion going into position as well currently. Three Reapers, couple of Hellions going to try and make their way across. Just going to go for the push into this natural. Couple of units going to be there straight away. Great grenade. Wow, Kua. That's a hell of a starting fight. A lot of the Marines going to be the targets there, and a lot of them going down as the Hellions deliver. Reaper obviously should not be able to provide much defense on his own either, and that Reaper goes down too. We have 2 new Marines spawning out, but for the moment the Hellions will try and go for some SCVs. Don't even mind these Hellions committing in, you know, some SCVs for this seems good, although we only actually got a couple, I think, in the end. Put Game Hard on? Don't have. No, we do have Game Hard on. Why didn't they show up on the side, huh? Am I crazy? Maybe it was just the one that went down at a certain point. Alright, well. Kua and ByuN will come out of this on equal workers, 30 each. ByuN actually has a little bit of army supply advantage on his side, so has that coming through at the moment. The medevac going right down the bottom. The Infernal Pre-Igniter. Interference Matrix on the way up as well. Infernal Pre-Igniter. Yeah, okay, buddy. If I say so, huh? If I say so. Yeah, there's Interference Matrix coming up, getting those Ravens ready to spellcast through the game. It's obviously a pretty big factor as well, as we just have the medevac going to boost back up throughout the rest of the Marine Cyclone Force. Medevac loads and we push forward a little bit initially. Double port viewer, so he's going to have the double starboard. This does become a 2-base all-in typically. ByuN can identify, that would be nice, but he doesn't go far enough forward there to see it, I believe. Skewer will bring that starboard over to the reactor, and then you just pump Vikings and look for air control, maybe a lip behind it. So if you do win a fight, you can then commit and take advantage nice and quickly. Cyclones managed to get some pickoffs, but they are low as well, so I don't want to keep them alive as you do see this attack coming over, though, so you're aware that Kua is at least feeling confident enough to push onto the map, so a little bit of info ByuN can work with. Once again, he's playing into that stim pack, trying to get that set up already. And a few Marines and tanks moving forward, a couple of Ravens gathering up as well. Gonna see a little Matrix going down. Just gonna hit the initial position. This third base has to pull back as ByuN is not set to deal with this at all just yet. Well, a tough one here so far. Matrix. A couple of tanks gonna get caught. The Vikings gonna try and step forward. We will see the SCVs pulling through. ByuN is in trouble. He does get a lot of matrices out in return. Is that enough? His tanks out of matrices themselves? Well, 21 SCVs down, but if you clean up the army... I don't know about you guys, but this doesn't look like a cleaned up army. It's a weakened army from Kua, but he still has an army supply lead, and his reinforcements show up. There's that one Liberator on the production tab, by the way, so he's got serious air control, and he will start to take advantage of it as that lib comes across. And he's got enough tanks to hold the siege right now. I don't know if ByuN can justify another attempted breakout, because it's going to cost you a lot of SCVs, and this time the Ravens don't really have the energy yet. I mean, maybe you wait for the Matrixes then go. I don't know if that's going to be too late by then. Oh no, tank takes 2 shots for free. I mean, maybe it can get repaired up, but that's still more resources that are going the wrong way. Going to the wrong location, essentially. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield coming through. Let's have ourselves the tank still firing onto the orbital command currently. Vikings still joining up overhead. There are the 2 Ravens out over the other side. Push up. There's a Liberator. I mean, at this point, I think we just siege it up and we just commit. Oh, the tank on the top's pretty, and there's the auto turrets that we're going to go for. And we're actually going to break out of this as ByuN. So he is going to break out. Doesn't even lose that many SCVs. He just has so many Marines, and the tank counter being dealt with. The fact that tank got around to the top and got a pick-off already was huge. He was about to finish his 3rd CC, which is on location as well. 2 more libs coming up from him. Still has the air control, but against so many Marines, does that matter? ByuN is countering across the map as we speak, getting straight into position here. Marines get that. Command center taking a lot of damage. So the 3rd base is going to drop. Okay, the counterattack is real. Counterattack has a lot of potential. ByuN's 3rd base will rebuild on location, so he will start to retake that advantage. These few Vikings get chased away, and yeah, right now we do not have a good enough answer to the Marine count, so ByuN is getting back into this. Vikings, Marines still building up, 1-1 upgrades coming through. See the 1-1 upgrades coming about, siege tank and the armory coming about as well. Just gonna have ourselves Kua equal supply right now, obviously having to try and get a base back on track maybe, but he's not going to. He's just gonna commit on 2 bases, it seems. Maybe just get 1-1 upgrades and then but he's building an armory, so wait, what are we building an armory for if we have no long-term plan? That's a great question, isn't it? The armory suggests he's gonna build 2-2, but why the hell would you start 2-2 when you're 2 base all in? Unless he's going to push out and take an expansion behind it, and he just intends to do some damage with the push out, but still play a longer game overall. It's very strange. Back of the command center is puzzling. He has the money. He might. Maybe he just wants to push out. He starts 2-2. Okay. mean, maybe he just feels like even if he plays off 2 bases, it's going to take long enough that the 2-2 upgrades come into play here. I don't love that, because that's a very long time to be playing from behind the base on. So I don't know if that's actually realistic. Hold command going to drop into the 3rd position here, so going to move that down from Kua. It's going to be the main base relocated, so that's the plan. That's just gone deep enough, he doesn't need a 3rd CC, he'll just use his main CC. Okay, I mean, that explains the 2-2, so he doesn't have just an aggressive move-out intention. You know, realistically, that's not as good as just having an extra CC, because there's still minerals that could mine from the main. But it's good enough for now. In a game where he probably needs to just try and keep himself alive as long as possible and to keep himself with options, don't mind that. And the Marines around the left-hand side. Marines, the medevacs come moving through. The 2-2 upgrades coming about, +1 vehicle weapons coming in. Upgrade is about to be done. ByuN has the information on the map to see a little bit of what's going on, which is a big deal. A little bit of a heads up on that is nice. Having the 33 upgrades building from ByuN, the 2-2 finishing very shortly. Marines and medevacs back toward the upper left-hand side for the moment. And Kua makes something happen. We're going to push out. Has what's funnily enough kind of a weird air army, like 6 Vikings, 4 libs. It's a lot of libs for not having just total air control. ByuN wants to come in from 2 sides with the acceleration zones to close the distance on those tanks more quickly, but isn't going to get there just yet. Kua's siege up was good, and Kua might be able to cut off those units on the bottom side. The Liberator is actually going to be scary, because they are going to attack into them. And the Libs are going to get rid of 2 siege tanks there, and I mean, ByuN has the Vikings to shut them down. The Vikings are just a little bit far back, so Kua with a good couple of trades for a moment or two. ByuN, tournament life on the line, cannot afford to make mistakes and cannot afford to let this game slip away from him. He's got a counterattack, and it's beautiful as well. He gets around the sides of those Marines that were threatening to surround. Turn into the counterattack. 20 SCVs. Base may not go down because he might just focus up on the other units instead. As the Marines run in, he will just take the fight with a better concave initially and takes a good fight for himself. It's a big trade. Does he lose a lot of Marines? Yes, but you get rid of so many SCVs. Kua has the army supply lead, though, coming across. Maybe we still have the commitment through that we can justify taking here right now. The Vikings overhead, a couple shots coming by. Army is going to press forward for the moment. Just going to be seeing the Marines still pushing up. The tanks are going to be sieging. I mean, Kua's army supply is not what it once was already, but is there a chance to just break through? If he can get rid of the tanks quickly enough? No, it's not happening. Those tanks are taking forever to go down. The Marines of ByuN are standing strong. Kua's supply is plummeting, and we have ourselves a game 4. Yes, not a 3-0. We will have a reverse bit of action from ByuN from 0-2 down. He will take 1 map at least and try to stay alive in the Summer Championship. Damn. Necessary at the end of the day. He needed some of the matches to have a little bit of back and forth in them, no? Marines will shoot, a couple of medevacs going down. We'll be having the army kind of step forward. Marines will stem up. Marines in a ton of damage, tank taking shots. GG, says Kua, and that is going to be that. ByuN will keep us alive with Last Fantasy going his way. Scary game as well. Obviously, he had a few moments where he had to play the defense, where he had to try and bring it back a little bit, but he gets it. And we go to Maganatha for game number 4. Let's get this hosted up. I'll have to run some ads though as well, guys, because otherwise they're going to run during the game, so bear with us a moment if you get thrown into those. Right back. Ultra love the final map if ByuN is able to take another game in this series. Of course, game 5. And Hero versus Classic coming up after this. The loser of that then plays Nightmare. So it's actually double PvP up next for us, and then after that PvP, we wrap it up with the MaxPax versus winner of this series. That's our action for the day. Someone's on the lobby. Who are we missing? 1, 2, 3, 4. Indy. Oh, Indy never came back, huh? Indy's just straight offline. It's rough. He's just offline, huh? Alrighty, let's go into this game number 4 then, guys. And we get back on track here. Our Summer Championship playoffs. ByuN gets a game and a little bit of contest between the players. Finally, the little bracket did go 3-2 between Nightmare and Zao. Nightmare sneaking out of that one and hence top 6 currently. Obviously, kind of top 4 is really nice because top 4s sometimes get seeds into future events. Top 2 in this tournament, though, will also get better seeds into the WardiTV 2025 Championship, which is, you know, one of the main goals because then you get to bypass the entirety of the group stage, which is a real big bonus as well. Top left, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid. It is going to be Cure up 2-1 in this best of 5. Can he get back into winning position and take this series and advance through? Takes on ByuN, the red Terran, in the bottom right-hand corner on Maganatha. SCVs will just get to mining. Cracks, the gas all coming through. We have the SCVs producing as well. A couple of SCVs is going to come about. And it's going to be seeing a couple of workers getting onto the refinery. The barracks coming through from both. Yo, Unicorn Fun Time joining the WardiTV Diamond tier membership on the YouTube. Thank you so very much. It's awesome. I don't even know if we have a Diamond member before now. Crazy. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the events, the tournaments, content. Thank you. Thank you. SCV moving across, heading down to that bottom right-hand side. Reaper, the factory coming through, factory and the command center coming about. The marine is on the way. Reaper will gather into the middle. Let's take a few moments so far. Comes about. It's going to be seeing the Reaper over here is already going to get in and actually gets an SCV secure, gets a worker, looking for 2, and does not get it. Ooh, kind of nice. Actually going to prioritize the bunker there as ByuN, get the next SCV onto the command center. But yeah, 1 Reaper going down already. Not a bad starting point. Oh, starport. Still very much so coming online. The Reaper building, command center, and the Hellion continue through as well, so we get a little bit more there. Reaper and the Hellion continue to join together just for the moment. Bunker. There's a couple of Marines inside, so that will just continue up Starport going to swap onto the Tech Lab, as Banshees have been a pretty big part of this series for Pure, but this also could just be Ravens. It is going to be Banshees again, so Banshee in the Hyperflight Rotors for the 3rd time out of 4 in this BO5. So back to that as the Hellion gets a couple shots off. The Reaper comes chasing through for a couple of hits as well. What's up, Captain Hare? Thank you so much for the 66-month resub as well. Thank you so much on that one. Appreciate it. Marines and Hellion joining up to the high ground. We get that set up. Raven on the way. Cyclone building. ByuN a little bit more of a regular start. Obviously, we've seen him be pretty good against the Banshees. I wouldn't say the Hyperflight Rotor Banshees have actually been that amazing for Kira altogether. Doesn't mean they're not worth going into, but we've yet to really see like these Banshees get multiple SEV kills. ByuN has been on top of defending against them, so obviously Pure just likes this as a way to get through toward the the setup in this game. Well, Hellions do chase that Reaper, pushing it back the other direction for now. There's the tank, there's the Hyperflight Rose coming through. Just going to have ourselves a couple Banshees moving out onto the map, so getting over to that right-hand side. Starport lifts off the Tech Lab, just going to be seeing the Cyclones, the Raven gather together for a couple of moments. Cyclone just locks it on. Banshee gets pushed away for the moment. Those Banshees trying to get back to the center. Stimpak on the attack upgrade building from ByuN. He's behind a little bit on supply. Again, just following these Banshees for now. That may be the most exciting thing that's going on. Double armory, mech again from Cure. Big map, playing the mech. Not unsurprising when he's already shown us the mech earlier in the series as well. But this is obviously macro mech as well. This is not going to be the 2-base starboardy kind of stuff or anything like that. This really is just back to trying to mech it up. And I don't think necessarily has to be a big push. The double armory suggests the upgrades, and hence a bit of a longer kind of intention, at least for this game, as ByuN moves to 3rd in position. Don't have double engineering bay or just one? He does have double, just hasn't started the armor upgrade yet. Oh, look at ByuN starting attack before armor on the upgrades, and when he forgets one, it's armor. That's incredible. It's very unlike ByuN. He has a real tendency to go armor attack, which obviously is incorrect if you then forget to get one, because attack's almost always the better case scenario for bio units, which attack quickly, fight from range. Attack usually does so much more for them. Hellion's going to get on top of the tank, so remove some of the damage output, and if some of the SCVs will be in some trouble, but only one goes down. Response is in plenty of time there defensively. Well, SCV's going down. The Cyclone is going to get through, so that's going to be the end of the Banshees. Yeah, we got a little bit of damage done though, right? A little bit of something coming through on that one. At the end of this, just going to be seeing the upgrades all building. Combat shield on the way. ByuN did remember his armor upgrade eventually, so it's about halfway done here. Should be able to get the armor up soon and get ready for 2-2. Actually, he already has it, so he can start +2 attack already if he wants. He's a little bit gas starved. Sure, it's on the list of things he wants to get to, but he's already building Marauders as well, and there's not a lot of gas that goes into the Marauders, but it is, little bits of gas that add up that you maybe don't typically build, so obviously playing against the mech, you do want some, and like I say, they will eat up some of that gas that you might typically expect to have otherwise, so Doesn't quite have the gas saver for 2-2 and still kind of just spending 50 gas here and there. There's a couple more to start up. Ain't helping you save that gas as needed. And shooting, a little bit of back and forth. Let me see ByuN making a bit of a push out. Army gathering, tanks joining up. Just gonna be seeing a couple of tanks coming through. The factory is all building. Obviously, the mech getting in full swing. ByuN has a lot of supply, which should be the case, right? Bio should build faster than the mech and then kind of really get going with that. As the army comes to the left-hand side, CC is going to start morphing into the planetary fortress here, so looking to defend the 4 bases. As I said in the earlier game, that's kind of where you maybe find opportunities as the bio player to start attacking in. Let's see if ByuN can do so as this defense stretches out. It's a very defendable map though, and we're going to see, okay, Matrixes do go down on the tanks. The Ravens are going to pay for it with their lives, but the first line of tanks is in trouble. More tanks sieging up in the back now, but they have not been in reach initially, and now you're going to be in reach of the CC, which has to lift off, and ByuN making a strike right there that puts Kyo into a little bit of tumultuous territory, because now his 4th base is not quite landed in mining. He should be able to get it back going again. It's not a bad start from ByuN though. Wondering what his next kind of plan is, however, because his Ravens are gone. And anything you try and do now is going to have to go in, you know, in a bit of a different method, have a bit of different methodology behind it than what we saw with that attack. And he is still just pumping bio units and building CCs, so we'll see what he tries to do. Leaves these units in position, but now at least it's keeping that command center from Kyo from landing. It's a mile away from the next available base, so realistically you've just got to break out of this before anything else. And ByuN's not in a position to really capitalize on the siege tank movement pushing forward here. The Hellbats actually did a great job tanking there as well. Very tanky units, and they do absorb a good few shots of those tanks as they initially shell onto the front lines. Sunstar goes down, another one begins. 3-3 from both players. And Sunstar, the missile turret building, planetary fortress coming up. The Vikings will join up in the center as well. A lot of units just hanging out in that watchtower still. 3-3 on the way out. I'm just going to position himself mostly to the top side here. Can he break onto this low ground base? It's just an orbital. That's a lot of tanks. He's going to... What? Oh, he's going to drop the main? Going to drop the main. That's a play. Okay. Not a lot of drop defense there, so we're going to have to pull back into the main base to deal with this. A lot of SCVs that'll go down. Production in some trouble. Clears up some of the missile turrets as well, maybe allowing, you know, future attacks to come in there. And a couple of tanks at the least will go down. Some that are pulling in, some that are popping out of the factories as we speak. Can actually land the Vikings to go for the cleanup here. The few units on the right side helping to finish off some of the heavier tech units there. The tank, the Vikings taking damage. Not bad. Do we have a chance to break into this? 5 tanks still seems pretty darn good, so I'm going to say probably not. Not sure if it's worth it. If you push in, the orbital just lifts, the SCVs pull away. Oh, the tanks stepping forward on their own accord, though, could be a problem, and ByuN actually sees that as an opportunity. These other tanks were in siege, so we're just going to dive in and kill multiple tanks. The Vikings land, we're just going to turn onto those for a couple of moments, too. We can get rid of the Liberator. More tanks and ByuN showing up, and now the problem is going to be those very tanky Hellbats once again, kind of getting in the way of everything else dealing damage, but again, I kind of like it from ByuN, but then you look at resources lost, they're starting to go in Kyo's favor, and that's why ByuN needs to keep on expanding, keep on being aggressive, He's got a ton of CCs behind this, so he is setting up very well. Can't lose a fight too devastatingly, though, right? If you lose one big fight here, that's 100% the time in which Kua steps right back into this game. Because if one big fight goes Kua's way, and he can just walk across the map, then as ByuN, you oftentimes end up in, with no real solution in that scenario. And that can become a pretty major issue. So yeah, just needs to be careful with how he continues to trade, especially as Kua is threatening to come across to the other side. But there's a lot of hurt Marauders as well, which are the units you kind of need to have in good HP so they can survive a tank shot or two running into the army. So the tank of ByuN just going to be sacrificed, it seems, as the siege of Kua continues to extend itself out across the map. This push forward is truly turned into something deadly so far. It's been looking very good up until this point. Isn't this a super fast 3-3 mech from Kua? Not really. Honestly, double armory. If you go double armory, this is pretty regular. A lot of mech builds don't go double armory, but Kua played with that kind of greed in mind and got the double armory set up early, so it's maybe earlier than you sometimes see it, but I wouldn't say it's so early. It's like, what the hell happened here? He just got his armories down early rather than like focusing on unit production as much, because he clearly felt safe enough, and that's obviously true so far. Because now he's in position, knocking down this base of ByuN, and there's just been no stopping this advance across the map. This is where as ByuN you want to be counterattacking, you want to be pushing back the other side, you want to be swinging around the other side of the map, and just anything that isn't attacking into this army right here, trying to force Kua to just turn around, but he's just not being able to, and Kua is going to keep himself on the map, and now ByuN's just going to attack into this from the top, sees the tanks as an opportunity to jump on. Rest the tank siege up though, we're going to knock down the rocks while we're taking tank fire. ByuN, no! Well, it knocks down a siege tank, but man, we lost so much of the bio there. Planetary force on the right side goes down, so those tanks succeed once more. I think ByuN is losing a little bit of momentum right now in this game. Number 4, Kua looking better and better and better right here. All scans coming now. The couple tanks will press up. Forges will be in some trouble. SCVs will be in some trouble as well. We have the libs, we have the tank, the Marine Marauder still coming through. More tanks and libs building out as well. Has a bunch of siege tanks that continue to push on forward. Just going to be seeing this army still setting up. Vikings coming around. I mean, it's just difficult because Kua is taking bases and ByuN is losing bases. Where do you really go at this point? Viking control in Kua's favor as well. ByuN's trying to build a couple of libs, but they're just going to have to fly across the map and trying to harass. They're not going to succeed, obviously coming into a major fight as ByuN. Stemming forward, that's a lot of tanks. There's only so far you can go here realistically, and he seems to know it. He steps back in plenty of time for now. Those few Marines do absolutely nothing. They get shut down immediately. Can ByuN... I mean, to me, ByuN needs to start wrestling control of some of Kua's bases. Kua's a 5-base mech player against currently a 3-base bio player. Like, ByuN had a lot of CCs, and he's going to try and replace one to the far right-hand side. That's what we need. We need to see some of this control going back into favor of ByuN. Liberator on the left side goes down, but the one over here does push back a little bit, but then we also have Kua's Liberator taking out the siege tanks. I think that means that this command center is going to survive, so that's a base that will stay online and not be denied. A new CC as well on the topside base, ready to probably move out to the 12 o'clock location sooner rather than later as well. Tank just continues to fire through. The few Vikings go after the orbital. A lot of SCVs dead from ByuN, but hey, Kua's only on 60 SCVs himself. And ByuN has had some things going his way. It's just he needs to secure a fourth. This is a big run-up, and we're not in position as Kua at all, so Planetary absolutely melts, and that's the sort of dive you can make as the bio player here, where you can be threatening enough to find some value. And that base goes down. The tanks still gather. Going to see this Liberator. Going to go after a few more SCVs. couple of the tanks stepping across for the moment. As this fight breaks out, Hellbats continue to go down. To the high ground, obviously an opportunity to take down this planetary fortress as well. There we go. So I wanted to see, right? ByuN taking a chance to actually get rid of a couple of bases. This is what he needed to do. He loses a lot of bio there in the end, though. Thought he could jump the tanks. ByuN has got the bottom left base up, by the way, and that's the kind of thing as well, which Q is going to struggle to deal with because he plays a much more slower-moving army. So getting over there and dealing with that location is actually very difficult. Obviously, he has to know it's there in the first place, too, as we're going to see ByuN trying to jump in onto this force of the tanks reposition. Liberator is doing a lot of work, by the way, from Kua. This is going to be a cleanup. Kua is going to drop in supply down 15 SCVs. Army's equal. ByuN found what he's been needing. A couple of base kills, slowing Kua down. A base of his own actually getting up. And now finally some of his fights really start to look his way as he really looks to punish Kua for being spread out. Really looks to take advantage of Kua's army thus far. However, there goes the base once again from ByuN, so just as it starts looking up, it looks down. Oh, Kua sees the bottom left, by the way. So Kua knows about the bottom left base now. ByuN's actually evacuated his SCVs from there, so that base is now denied. Oh, that might be a big problem, because I actually don't know if we can really sustain then if that bottom left base isn't mined. This really felt like a necessary location. If you're not having anywhere else coming through, we are 4 bases, because right now our right side base is mining a little bit as well. But that's something that Kua can definitely start pushing toward also. Chances and opportunities right now, as you're going to be seeing the Hellbats very tanky as well. We're at the point where, again, another Liberator might be useful. 6 Vikings versus 0. Not much air control for ByuN, so that's where the Liberators do typically shine. So those Hellbats put in some work again. Getting kited by the bio, but still tanking. Protecting the tanks for them to move up a little bit further. It's a wild fight because Kua loses a good amount. ByuN loses a good amount too. 80 to 100 supply. This game is getting more and more tense. Kua is still threatening the siege up right now. Vikings are shooting off away the medevacs. The Liberator is not in position to do anything right now. SCVs are actually going to cause a tank to die because of friendly fire. We're not going to see that other tank in the back is low, but all those SCVs are going down, so ByuN losing a lot, just trying to hang on in here. The Liberator can only do so much. The mules drop on the right side. ByuN desperate for some money, and the Blue Flame Hellion finds it straight away, but ByuN's going to run in, and he is going to clean up those final units. Q has not been able to reinforce just yet. The Hellion trying to stop as many mules as possible. Trying to stop some of that mineral income. We're at the point where a few minerals and a few marines can make the world of difference. And there's a tank in the center here. ByuN is going to stim in for it. Second tank sieging up. Liberator going to siege as well. I think the Liberator makes it good enough. There's not enough anti-air there just yet as the Viking going after a medevac. We are in a crazy situation with a 20 supply gap. 85 to 65 favoring Kua, who's up in this series. ByuN fighting for his tournament life, but Marines again jumped on by Blue Flame Hellions. Tank in the background there is going to take a fight. Tank on tank unsiege because it's that kind of crazy. Medevac still going down. ByuN loses the tank war, but he will then till the tank off for revenge anyways. There's a couple of ByuNs try to get through, but 22 army supply remaining. It feels like it's not enough for ByuN. It feels like his final shot in this tournament is coming to a strict close in the near future. Damn, what a final game. Pretty darn good one on Magnath. I cannot complain about that. That much is for certain. Marauders go through. The Hellions take damage. A few more Hellions morph into Hellbats, and we step up once again. It's not possible at this stage, right? This base gets chased down. Another location lost for ByuN. He does have the forward base now setting up. Kua obviously never replaced his forward base, but he did get that 12 o'clock online, and that's going to be the income that really has secured Kua what he needs. Kind of in these latter stages, the Hellbat counter right now just does not get moved. They're super tanky. GG gets called. Kua will advance to play MaxPax in the lower bracket round 2. Top 6 of the Summer Championship. ByuN falls in the top 8. GG's. Guys, I'm going to take a couple minutes break while we get our next series set up. It's Hero versus Classic. We'll get that going in a moment. I'll be back with you just after this quick little break. I'll see you guys in a sec. Because that bracket, guys, Wikipedia is down, so you might not be able to see this yourself. But Hero and Classic in the upper bracket semifinals is just now starting. That is going to lead us into the lower bracket. Obviously, Hero beats ByuN and plays MaxPax later today. Nightmare will play the loser of this Hero Classic series as we get this ready to go. So let's go in-game and get this started up for some PvP. In the top right, our Blue Pros player is Hero. He's actually had a pretty good track record of PvP as of late, so might be a tough one to beat, but hey, Classic's pretty darn good as well. Although recently his PvP has maybe been a little bit more troubling. Has not been as consistent with it. So game 1 of this best of 5. Get this underway and see who gets the chance to play against Clem in the winner bracket finals. Either way, Clem against either of these pros players is a bit of a treat, so should be good no matter what. One of these guys also drops down to the lower bracket to play Nightmare and still fight through to get top 4. Probe will nibble at the probe, push back out for a few moments. Cybercore Gateway coming into play. And that probe really does just scout around for a little bit, so nothing too crazy just yet. Probes will chase out each other out on the other side of pylon going down as well. Gonna get that pylon finishing up right now. And Zeps do get through. Nexus able to start on both sides. The big difference right now is that Stargate available for Hero. Gonna give him that Oracle that is obviously very good at harassing throughout this early stage of the game as well. Stalker's enemy just pushed the Oracle around. I see the Stalker of Hero in the center. Twilight Council, Nexus building through. The blink is going to be coming up. A couple of probes is going to nibble at the Adept, and we do see on the other side, Classic just pushing. He will have the gateway of power advantage because he never invests into the Stargate, right? 3 probes going down for him at home. It feels like he needs more here, but the battery finishing, that's going to take away any timing Classic might have to really deal damage. So Hero, Oracle's still around and still has potential. Going to activate for a couple more probes at least. Has definitely taken an edge in the early stages. Stalker's doing some damage. There's the Oracle coming back in, man. Low HP, but still getting value. 4 more probes. Classic just keeps on bleeding. Well, makes Hero hurt as well. Gets 6 workers with the Adept, so okay. And oh, force field on the ramp. Classic making a move. Blink not ready yet. Going to get rid of the battery. Now Adepts in the natural get some more probes as well. Wow, what a dive in from Classic. Getting a ton of workers here. He's actually going to take himself to a 9-worker lead, but Blink's about to be done. Hero should be able to start clearing this up much more effectively. Dark Shrine actually on the way from both players, but Heroes is ahead. And there's no detection available at all for Classic. So DTs are terrifying right now for Classic. Warp in 1 is going to take a long time to arrive. Hero has the Oracle as detection. Oh man. Classic is taking a good fight. He just has nothing against the DTs. If he'd killed the Oracle... I guess there's still a Stargate though, isn't there? This game's about to end, guys. A DT into the base when there's no detection. Like, there's not even a robot in the way. We're not even counting down to detection, you know? There's just nothing. Insta GG? Insta GG. Insta GG! Hero takes it after Classic. Actually, it looked like he brought himself back, but he had no preparation. Did you not see the shrine with the Adepts? I'll check for you quickly. He might have just thought it was a pylon, you know? Yeah, he saw it building. He just didn't realize it. It happens, actually, you know? There's a lot going on in those situations, so... Alrighty, so pylon coming up for map number 2 as Hero takes the 1-0 lead. DTs get it done. Yeah, he should have known, you're right, but like he was just busy because, to be fair with the Adepts, he was also attacking at the front at the same time. So that obviously makes it a little tricksy. Throw the lobby link down. Let's wait for everyone to join us and we'll get into game number 2 of this best of 5. Pew pew. Into pylon. Second map coming up as Hero takes a vicious game 1. Get this started. In game we go. Alrighty. So, in the top left-hand side, have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is Hero, taking on the red Protoss bottom right. Classic game 2 of our series to get this underway. So if this drops down to that lower bracket, we'll have to go through Nightmare to make top 4. Obviously win this and you're guaranteed top 3 with the chance to play Clem in that upper bracket final. I think Clem is beatable for both these guys right now. Couple gates coming up, we'll see the simulator coming down. Next is just going to corner boost for a few moments. This guy's Q did win against ByuN. He advances into the round 2 of the lower bracket. Play against MaxPax. Couple of PvPs before then. Well, we just have the probie scan about here onto the map, trying to make something happen for a couple of moments. We'll be seeing the robo facility stalkers, the warp gate building. So it is aggression from here of that robo on the one base to begin with. Maybe his initial pathway to hopeful success. As he obviously wants to try and take a clean series here, just get through into that upper bracket final, top 3 guaranteed. Again, got out by Classic last time around in the Spring Championship. Again, hallucination will pop. So we'll consider on the way, Twilight Council building through. The Nexus building on both sides of the map. So in the end, it was just Robo into an expansion. It's not super aggressive from Hero, but we'll have options to harass with the Prism and so on early. It's a very safe expansion, really, with his opponent expanding too. Not really much need for it, but we'll still have some options. The Stalkers come across, Hallucination takes some damage. Stalkers gather, Sentry gathers, Hallucination goes down. The Stalker's going to be there. It's a Sentry drop. It's actually very fun because obviously Sentries nowadays can be very effective at kind of nibbling probes. And obviously you can do this. You can manipulate your way into position to force field the ramp. And now the Natural in some trouble. This is a difficult defense right now as we're going to have to recall. But then you have the potential maybe to hop into the main. Recall comes through. We lose the battery. 7 probes going down across the map, by the way, as Classic gets in with the Adepts on the front. It was Adepts, not that Hallucination, that are dealing the damage there, but the the Hallucination did force a probe pull anyway. Because Adepts are low, but still alive, and they're actually going to be right here. They could actually have made a move right there. They're actually going to get into the main base, never mind, maybe they still will make a move. So Hero potentially going to lose even more work, as this side of the map was going well for him, but the defense is not. There's 3 more probes going down. We do not have the correct Adept, the low HP Adept being targeted, so it's going to be max damage done. Now the Sentries into the main base. Like I say, they kind of laser probes way more quickly than you think they do. So, a few probes begin to go down to the Sentry drop, but the Prism goes down. Oh, Hero, this feels pretty grim. Glaive's on the way. But that is, going to be kind of a tough situation, no doubt, at this point. Charge building up, Gateway probes on the way, Robo Facility building as well, so we get all of that coming through right now. And Glaive's about halfway done. Robo Facility finishing shortly. Actually see the Stalker stepping forward. We do see across the map these probes. Trying to wrap around a few of those Adepts as well. 5 workers going down. Well, I mean, it's nice for Hero to get some damage done. On the other side, Classic is putting some work in already. Glaive is not done yet. Makes a play, gets an Immortal. There's no battery here or anything. And these Adepts are just, honestly, they're fodder. Right? They want to try and take attention. They want to try and do something. They will get damage done, but they're not effective, efficient damage against Stalkers. With the Immortals gone, there's no hope. GG's. Classic ties us up. We're 1-1 in this matchup. PvP. We'll go a bit of back and forth. At the very least, then. As we will have to run some ads, guys. So sorry about those, but they do help support the games. Our third map here will be Incorporeal. Ready? Alright, looks good for us. Excuse me. Oh, Indy's back. Game 3 starting up then. So, into PvP time. As we have Classic and Hero getting tied. Honestly, kind of a big match. PvP is dangerous. You drop down the lower bracket, you play against Nightmare. Like, I don't think that's a guarantee for anybody. Obviously, a shot to take down Clem in the upper bracket final already is nice. And then you never know what might happen in that lower bracket if Clem has to replay MaxPax or something, potentially. There's a lot of possibilities. There's really worth taking the chance now of just securing top 3 in the event already. As in the top left-hand side, we'll have ourselves the blue Protoss player. It is Hero, who had definitely a fun take on a build in that last game. Just really didn't quite get it going the way he needed to. Bottom right, our red Protoss is Classic. Fun stuff so far. Probes on the way out. Take a few moments right now. Settle ourselves down. Yes, gateway's coming up, but it's a single gate at the moment from Hero, something a Classic will scout right now. Let's get a little bit of that info grabbed. Obviously now can decide how he wants to approach this. There's that pylon coming in onto that bottom right side, so Hero going to get very aggressive. It's a very nearby proxy. Well, one gate obviously sometimes leads into the expansion, but this time he's actually going to be an aggro Protoss, and Classic's going to be aggro too. Proxy pylon from him coming up right now. Facility, 2 more Adepts. The Warp Gate's still coming by. The Stargate and the Adept on the way as well. Pops through over there, but yeah, Zell gonna go after the pylon. Proxies will be a Robo Facility from Classic, a Stargate from Hero. Honestly, I think the Stargate's gonna catch Classic very off guard. I mean, right now he's building the Depths, but I just don't think he's got any reason to think that this is kind of a proxy. The Nexus goes down, unless he's just aware of the pylon that's missing, but yeah, maybe you see the missing pylon, you can make some assumption. 2 Stalkers do now start up. I guess we shall see. Immortal is going to chrono boost out a couple of Stalkers in the Warp Gate building. Oracle will continue by at the moment as the Warp Gate continues to come online. So you're going to see the probe heading to the right side. And we do have our Dev getting into the mineral line. Both Stalkers will take their shot at the Adept, take that one out. We do have cancellation on the attempted stasis, so nothing happening, and well, Prism on the way up as Classic gets ready to be the aggressor. The Zelda across the map is kind of wild. Whoa, the Adepts are going to get through. It's actually going to be quite nice with 3 workers already. Then you still have 1 full HP Adept. They can obviously still do damage, no batteries, so we still have a chance to get a couple more kills. He's not attacking though, it looks as though he's just focused elsewhere. We'll share this Adept out. The Immortal already showed up, trying to hit the pylon down, and will get rid of the pylon. So the pylon drops, the Gateway depowered, Warp Gate depowered. Oh, we have to recall the Immortal home because of the lack of anti-air and the Oracle putting some work in on it. But honestly, this is amazing. You slow down the Gateway, slow down the Warp Gate. The Oracle takes some shots from the Stalkers. Going to get one more volley onto it as Classic puts it a little bit lower, more easily denied on the other side now. Once the Oracles step into the main base. Work is going about. Prism just going to go for a little bit of a drop at the moment. Remember, Hero is up a base, so he can afford to take some of this damage. It's about being able to quell all of the aggression and put himself into a winnable position from that point, but that's the problem right now. Good force field. Sentry's good. The one Stalker that gets down that low ground is going to get taken out. And you can see the firepower right here. Phoenix on the way up, so we can try and lift the Immortal and can work that down. But obviously the Phoenix has to come from across the map as well. Hero is still not getting too much work done. The Prism could lift the Immortals into the main base there if you want to keep on fighting. And obviously that single pylon seems threatenable. Do you see the Nexus taking damage? Few more Stalkers walking in right now. Bringing those out. We're going to set up this high ground. The gateway is already dead. I mean, this is getting worse and worse. Hero supply block too. Lost the Nexus, lost the pylon. 2 new pylons on the way. Force field trying to buy time desperately. Adepts across the map do get a few probes, so we do at least see Hero getting some success, but how are we going to hold this exactly? The Prism doesn't even have to be used too heavily. We are going to see the Oracle showing up. Stalkers on top of those quickly, and we're going to get rid of one. Yeah. The Phoenix perhaps showing up. I'm not sure that's going to necessarily do much. The Phoenix, first one was targeted down quickly enough anyway. Hero just doesn't seem to have enough to hang on in here, and Classic is going to put himself into the lead of this series as the aggression in this game went his way. The Stargate in the end really did nothing. I thought Classic might be caught off guard by it, but he was not. The Stargate really didn't go anywhere for him. GG. We get to go into game number 4 with Classic taking the lead onto Maganatha. A little bit crazy, guys. Hero might be down to the lower bracket soon. And the loser of this will instantly be playing against Nightmare. Let's wait for the go-ahead here. Go ready. Stargate made only Phoenix, yeah, but how is he to know it was a proxy robo before he made, or when he was making Oracle? The whole point of the Stargate being proxied is that you're going to build Oracles initially anyway. If he'd built a Stargate at home and built Phoenix only, he's in a much better position 100%, because the Oracles did nothing anyway. But yeah, the proxy aspect of it didn't help either, because then you always had to fly the Phoenix that did come out all the way back home, so you have less Phoenix together at once. I mean, I'd have had 2 Phoenix together at the same time. Maybe that helps. Maybe it was just disastrous enough of a start anyway that Classic was always going to power through there. Top left, our blue Protoss, he will be down then. Trying to stay alive in this winner bracket is Hero. Taking on Classic in the bottom right-hand corner. Maganatha coming up. Probably moving down to the bottom side. A couple of assimilators coming up initially. And 2 gates against 2 gates for the moment. Have ourselves the probe nibbling at another probe, a little bit of damage being done. Shots coming through initially. Stalkers on the way up, warp gates Stalker Sentry building from Classic as that warp gate comes up from him as well. So just going to bring that straight through for the moment. So this is going to get that probe is going to get taken out already. So it's going to be a nice little grab. As you do obviously with 2 gateways each. See, both players actually building Stalkers. That one probe in the corner is sat there, but the Stalker will show up. We'll clean it out. So it's going to be the end of this. And we do not get any blockages off. Oh, an extra gateway though from Hero. So he's going to play a 3rd gateway just at home. So not an aggressively placed gate, but maybe he builds a pylon and a 4th gate aggressively. Obviously, 3 gateways already suggests aggression, and if you're going to be aggressive, then you'd like to have a forward pylon. So then why not a forward pylon and gateway as well? Nexus Sentry coming about for the moment. We get set up there. Just going to be having the first couple Stalkers arriving from Hero, Classic. Already has a couple sentries to help him out, getting the setup on this low ground. Pylon and a battery getting built initially. Force field not good enough to catch a Stalker just yet, though. The Stalker's Hero wanting to get back down that side. I mean, he's just going to build an excellent Twilight behind this, but if he doesn't get anything done with this, then he's just delayed his Nexus to add a gateway that's really achieved nothing. Now the Twilight Council coming up as well, but just don't see what he's getting out of this right now. That he, you know, I don't see what he's getting out of this that he should be happy with. Sentries show up and he will hallucinate a couple Stalkers. Obviously helps to make this army look pretty sizable when in fact it's not really too crazy. But Force Fields from Heroes, Classic was not ready for the Force Field part of this. And does lose out. 2 more sentries, warping in here. We have got a Immortal on the way as well. That will be nice. We've got the battery here, so we're not too far forward. That's great. Sentries getting caught. Force field, the extra 2 sentries are huge because they allow for these sentries to actually be caught and killed. And now you're going to have no sentries left. That could be huge force fields in the future and Guardian Shield possibilities as well. So Hero losing out there as Classic takes a little bit of a snag. He's up 5 workers as well. And now the Immortal out too. Obviously, we are heading into 2 different setups at this point. We've got ourselves Blink on the way from Hero and Immortals on the way from Classic. So Hero will have the mobility and the harassment of Blink, while Classic will have the, you know, the fundamental sturdy kind of foundation of Immortals in the army. 2 different routes, but Classic definitely going into his route with a little bit of an economic lead. Prism is coming up to being about halfway done. Force Field's getting placed on the Adepts. They will not commit to the Shade because it's walled off, so nothing to gain there as we do see the Stalker stopping and poking for a little bit. A Pylon I would like to get rid of, but Classic right now is correct in being able to kind of step forward aggressively. Again, this is just because Hero committed to 3 gates and never really did anything with this. Because Adept will go down. Can we get across the map as Classic? I actually feel like almost we can. But then Blink is so close to being done, it's going to start being dangerous. But his army supply is amazing. And there's not, I mean, these Stalkers are going to try and be annoying, but maybe we can just shut them down already. And push them back. Blink's still not done just yet, so we're making progress across the map so far. Classic looking to be in a really good spot right now. Resonating Glaives is just now starting. The few Adepts going to try and get down the right, but I mean, that's less army supply at home for Hero to deal with. I mean, he's got so many Adepts just attacking on the other side. There's nothing here to defend, realistically. Like, these 2 Immortals are going to have a field day. Force Field's going to keep the Stalkers back, but we deal with a few of the probes. The battery coming online is not going to finish. Ooh, actually Blink in and get the Prism, though. I mean, if there's ever going to be an opportunity, that might be it. The problem for Hero is still going to be that he's going to have to pull a lot of probes in to survive this. Hey, the extra Adepts, though, will go a long way. And any probes that he's losing, he's made up for a little bit so far. He's killed a bunch of workers of Classic as well. Now, losing the Prism was a big deal. The extra Adepts showing up is genuinely an issue. The 2 Immortals are not going to do much against the Adepts. Glaive's on the way for the follow-up to this. The Immortals are going to do everything that they can. Hero is just trying to hang on in here. It's funny because like nothing is dealing good damage right now. The Immortals trying to hit Stalkers. If they hit Stalkers, that's going to be their most efficient target. As the Adepts and the Zealots have definitely caused issues. We're going to lose the Immortals too. We're going to get one more Stalker. Maybe a probe or two. Extra Stalkers now showing up from Classic. But remember, he doesn't have Blink, so given time, maybe the Blink could work out for Hero. He's on his way to that Glaives as well. Again, Glaives could be huge eventually. I'm just not sure if it's huge in the short term, as we do have that Proxy Gateway going to allow for 2 Adepts to warp in and start immediately threatening toward the natural expansions. They step in toward the natural here. And with Glaives, they're going to start shredding workers. So we need to be able to get on top of this and clean this up quickly. Adept warp in quickly in response from Classic in his main. He's still up 2.5 times the army count, but will be taking some losses to bring him back down a little bit on the work count here. I was going to say my issue is maybe the fact that the tech is not quite online for Classic, but I think it is, right? An Immortal and a Prism. He starts to blink now off the Twilight Council. Still has a significant lead with 6 workers in the game, and his army supply is still looking absolutely fine as well. And I don't think he's going to go pushing anymore, which means that Hero would have to bring the fight to Classic if he wants to trade anytime soon. Then I think Classic's going to be okay playing defensively. Hallucination tries to fly by. Stalkers and Sentries will go after the Pylon, the Nexus, taking some damage as well. Robot facility is halfway done. Just going to shade into that natural. Uh-oh, it's Hero that's going to take damage. That Warpin actually really messed with the Adepts. They got stuck there for a second or two. And, yeah, that is going to be, less workers lost than I thought, but we actually have the Prism in the main base, and workers are still going down. He was now down 30 supply in the game. Classic lost that first game and really came back firing on all cylinders in games 2, 3, and 4, and he is now 17 workers killed. Looking great. The Adept's just moving around, and even with the Glaives of his opponent, he's just getting so much damage. That's obviously going to lead him into having a successful army beyond this, which is kind of part of the problem now, is what successful army do we have here from Hero? He's got a few Blink Stalkers, not enough to be meaningful. He's got a few Glaved Adepts, not enough to really be scary. Next is building up. Plus shots, Hallucination goes down, Gateway and the Nexus still building, the Observer and the Stalker still building as well. Throwing a boost on that Nexus here. Stalker step over to the sides. Again, I mean, Hero's trying to stay in this with some counter aggressions, a couple of units coming by and do what they can. Let's go back around the other way. We kill 6 more probes. Worker count is not the problem anymore, really, for Hero. It's the 60 to 25 army supply difference that, if Classic can just find one attack across the map, gonna be, yeah. I mean, I don't know what Hero does to hold on against the main army if the fight happens, realistically. More Warpins coming up. We get settled down for the moment. Just seeing the good Adepts getting in. A couple probes going down. Stalkers will warp in as well. Going to fire it up onto a couple of those Adepts as we have. I mean, the armies across the map this time from Classic. And like I say, Hero's composition is not really it. It's a handful of Adepts. It's really nothing to ever have a chance of holding this. The probes will pull in once more, and there goes the worker count at least being somewhat manageable. If there's anything that was okay for Hero in this game, is that the work count was equal. So we're really kind of grasping at straws to be able to name it, you know. And, you know, when we're saying it's like, well, the work count is equal, that's good for Hero, like, you know he's in trouble, right? You know things are not looking up. GG. And that will be Hero. Drop down to the lower bracket to play Nightmare. And Classic will advance to play Clem in that upper bracket final. Alright, we'll throw the invites out for Hero and Nightmare and get that underway. Get this started up here. We'll take a couple moments, guys. When we come back, more StarCraft 2, Hero and Nightmare after this. Alright guys, videos were super quick, so we're ready to go into this best of 5 elimination match. Hero from the winner bracket semis now down to the lower bracket and has to face off against Nightmare. Classic into that upper bracket final against Clem. And of course, one of Nightmare and Hero will fall here as we will finish in the top 6. The winner moves on to top 4 to play on the final day on Thursday as we get ready to go here on Last Fantasy. Let's get this started in the top left-hand corner of the map. We're going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player. And what I'm going to have to start on as well. I feel like this is the kind of crazy map that Hero's going to love. He did pick it first when it made it through the vetoes, so his map pick, Last Fantasy, it is Hero top left, bottom left Nightmare, a red Protoss player. What a run he's had, man, from being retired to showing up and playing some qualifiers, looking good and just looking absolutely on fire throughout this event until he met Clem in the winner bracket. And now he has to play, then he took down Zaun in the lower bracket round 1, and now Hero. A win here really would be kind of crazy business for Nightmare, so see what he can do. We've got this series, guys, and then one more. MaxPax will play Cure when we finish this series, so that is coming up. That's going to take place. Those gateways coming down, we get set for a couple of moments. Gates building, Cybercore on the way on both sides of the map. Get that going. Probes in production. I'm just going to get that probe lining up in the main. Again, the Nexus and the Cybercores coming through. Take a few moments. The gateway coming about as well. Probe nibbling the other probie for a few moments as we just have, again, push on out there. That cyber core very much so on its way out right now. Up another little pylon to play. Past Nexus from here obviously makes you wonder what Nightmare would do about that. The robo facility coming down. Even the low ground gateway in the cyber core is something you just don't see that often anymore. That's something that really is kind of, yeah, like I say, not really utilized that much nowadays. You see the sentries in the Wolf Gate building up. The Nexus coming online. And the Adept continues to go across to the right side. Couple sentries coming about. Stalker and the Wolf Gate coming online. Robo facility finishing shortly. Adept will shade around the sides. The Stalker still moving back and forth here. And the other Stalker chrono boosting out as well. As we speak. Robotics facility finishing soon. As Wolfgate finishes, Hero will be on his way to the Immortal, so utilizing that Robo facility already. Getting that Immortal into play. Twilight Council coming up next. The Nexus is going to be popping in a couple of moments from Nightmare. And he's down 5 workers, which just goes to show, obviously, just the speed at which we put the expansion in right now. But that's going to shade up, going to go after the probes. Going to be seeing the unit's going to fire. The Adept takes a little bit more damage. Observer coming through, continue to settle. Just going to be seeing how it. Adept firing a little bit of damage in. The blink is halfway done already. Twilight Council and Gateway coming about. The Adept on the way. Stalkers play defense. The jump into the main base from Hero is very real, and Nightmare is going to get force fielded. Now Hero's going to go to the low ground, has that Immortal, and Hero doesn't really need to do much damage. I feel like his setup was good, although he has let Nightmare catch up in workers, which, to be fair, he's just hitting 2 base saturation, so when you're hitting that kind of point, there's not much more you can do. He could have maybe a couple more to fully saturate one of his gases that he's taken, but he is only a free gas Protoss as well, so he's at the kind of right point right now is the point we are getting at. A couple of Adepts will threaten once again, see if there's anything else to do, but there's not just yet. Nexus building, Dark Shrine, the Gateway coming about, the Immortal on the way as well. Shots come down, battery falls. A couple sentries coming about, the Guardian Shield activating. Stalkers is going to get that. Prism goes down, so Hero is going to lose it, but he killed 8 workers at least. So as the probes on the low ground going down as well, Hero's next step is going to be Glaives. Now stepping onto the 3rd base with the Immortals as well. And all of that ready as the rest of the Stalkers gather up. And Glaive's about halfway done. Probes and the Obs coming about. We do have our Stalkers and Sentries make their way back toward the top side of the map. And that's going to give us the couple of moments here to just see Nightmare actually having some presence. chases Hero away. DTs are now available. There's one observer on the map from Nightmare. And it's right there. Did he just dodge the observer? He just dodged the observer because he saw it. Oh my god. And the DTs are going to run by the third. I mean, I think a lot of the time here, well, it's going to get interesting because Nightmare is going to be aggressive, but I mean, Hero's about to set up to do so much with the DTs. And also, if you get rid of the robot, and if he just snipes that observer at some point, that would be huge. I think this is a defense being made from Hero. It's close, honestly. I mean, a DT's part of this defense, and the observer's not there, so that's the problem. 16 workers of Nightmare already going down. We recalled the observer to deal with the DTs. Now 2 observers out, it seems, so this DT could probably get a couple of kills, man. Low HP Stalkers. Swipe them the hell down, you know? There's some of them that are one-hittable. Yep. Thank you very much. This DT is having the time of its life. Killing more than just the initial probes it was sent out to get. It will go down, but man, it was very successful as Hero. Up 14 workers and army supply still very competitive right now. It looks as though Hero's Dark Templars have kind of gotten the job done. They really struck at the perfect moment, and they really just dodged that observer. That was really incredible kind of timing and necessary too, because without it, I think we would have been in trouble. Plus one attack coming through, the Immortal and Blink on the way up as well. Stalkers want to go after the pylon, going to be able to knock that down. Again, Nightmare just doing what he can with what he's got. Army supplies are still fine, and Nightmare is rebuilding the work count a little bit. Hero does not have the Blink, it's on its way now. He's going to have the upgrade lead as well with the +1 coming through. This game's still very playable for Nightmare. I think long term, I think it's been pretty good for Hero, but clearly we're still competitive at the moment. Listening Glaives is on its way. The Stalker's in the main. It's going to go after the Forge. That will be taken out. More Stalkers shooting, firing away. Moyun's coming down out of that main base, down to the low ground, and out they go. There's a couple of Adepts still going as well. A couple of probes getting picked off. 6 workers dropping dead. You have Glaive still halfway done. The Forge and Gateways coming online. Add the probes on also. An Immortal being added here. Blink is close to finish from Hero. Will help him a lot with the mobility that Nightmare's taking advantage of. That pylon's going to go down, though. That stops the Blink. I actually think he had long enough just to target the Twilight, but obviously he doesn't know that. We'll find the Observer, which keeps his own orbs alive and keeps his vision available there. As we trade out a little, and Hero forces Nightmare out from his main base, so gets shoved on out of there for the moment. This is going to get in. A couple of those probes are going to be taking some shots. 15 probes going down. I mean, nice little play with the Adepts, huh? Problem is these Adepts are going to go down and, well, I guess they shade away. I mean, they're supplying the map that's maybe not as effective as what Hero is working with, and Hero is going to go attack, and he's down on army supply. But because there's so many Adepts, maybe it gives you a chance. Honestly, I actually think Nightmare is starting to take himself into an advantage of this. Stalkers deny the prison. Well, that's definitely going to give Nightmare an advantage as he steps up. Just needs to take a decent fight now. Force fields are good. Pops the Garden Shield on whatever it can reach as well. Take that on top of everything else. A couple more force fields dropping away. Stalkers want to try and get across this set of force fields here. You have the Immortal, the Cannon, and the extra Stalkers coming up. Plus shots going through. Immortals are going to settle down. I mean, you just don't see where Hero succeeds in kind of attacking through this right now. Reinforcements are starting showing up. You see the Immortals firing, the other couple of Immortals taking hits. Just going to have ourselves the extra warp ins here from Nightmare. He's looking good enough, I think, on the defense. We are going to blink in here as Hero to just try and get rid of those Immortals. His Prism's actually, his new Prism's done a lot of work. He gets rid of a lot of Immortals quickly. If there's going to be a chance here for Hero, this would be it. Diving in for the Prism here, but it means the Stalkers blink into Immortal Fire. Now, unfortunately, those Immortals are low, so they don't last very long. Nightmare is just about holding on here. 23 to 15 army supply. It's extremely close. 10 workers went down. Hero's still down workers overall, though. I think Nightmare has found the defense needed. I don't think Hero at this point will have enough to go in again. And he has to stop to rebuild a Prism, which is really not great. Prism will finish soon. The Immortal cranking out from Nightmare in a moment. Well, Adept's going to try and shade by. Not quite going to get there, though. 3 more probes producing. 1 more warping coming about as well. Just into the main. DT going to get after a couple of those probes right off the bat. Stalker's going to be there. DT goes down. 1 more probes just getting killed then, and we have a couple of moments. And then we're in a game where the worker count is evened out. The army supply is definitely there for Nightmare, so he definitely still has that edge, but man, it's so much more competitive than it felt like with DT swinging around. Hero still has a line to play in this game. Well, maybe this is the problem, though. If we actually attack as Nightmare, 30 army supply advantage probably doesn't disappear easily. I don't think that's something Hero has an answer to. The 3rd base at the very least just goes down, right? And that's going to put you down a base. And that's what you can't really deal with, so we're just going to blink in. We're going to give it a go. Hero recognizing it's a must-win fight, because that 3rd base cannot be allowed to fall. So he takes the fight. Unfortunately, it's not going to be good enough, which we kind of saw coming. Nightmare was in a good spot. If Nightmare hadn't attacked, maybe the DT harass, maybe the time given could have found a way back in for Hero, but Nightmare did attack. He took advantage of the advantage he had, and that is going to be GG. Nightmare 1, Hero 0. As this opening game of this best of 5 is pretty spot on, man. Hero down a map is, I think a lot of people are going to be a little surprised by that one as well, so game number 2 will be Persephone. We'll get straight towards it as we continue our PvP in the lower bracket. It's an elimination matchup, remember now. Next 2 matchups will be knocking players out of the competition, as Hero and Nightmare are the first matchup here, and then the next one will be Cure versus MaxPax. And 2 players will be eliminated. 2 players will advance through to the final day of the playoffs on Thursday. Getting everyone into the lobby. What kind of suit am I getting for my wedding? Yeah, it's a suit. I don't know what type it is. I could tell you, just a pretty normal. If you saw it, you'd be like, oh, Wardy's wearing a suit. It's dark red. Yeah, that's about what I've got. I don't know if it's got a type. Not a gaming suit? No, we're not getting married dressed as a Zerglin, unfortunately. What a zealot. I know, crazy, huh? Pylon tie? No, not even a pylon tie. Honestly, there's nothing StarCraft related at the wedding at all, apart from some of the people. What's the point of marriage if you're not dressed up as a Zergling? Yeah, honestly, it's a good point. Maybe you can just delay it a bit and get some Zergling outfits made. Bottom left hero is down a game in this best of 5. Nightmare is leading up to the top. 1-0 advantage. Ropes chrono boosting. take a few moments here. Just going to see the gates coming through, probes on the way. Simulator going to drop down as well for the moment. Oh, Proby's on the way out. And 2-gate versus 1-gate. As a single gateway from Hero is going to be his starting point here on this one. There should be a Zergling Flower Girl at least, yeah. If only, huh? If only. Scorpions are knocking up on each other, and Deb's on the way. It's the Stargate from Hero, which has been kind of his just go-to in general in these scenarios, so getting that on the way up. Stargate will build from Nightmare, so actually going to see Stargate versus Stargate, man. For all the PvPs we've casted recently, it's actually been a while since we've seen some proper Stargate on Stargate. We've not seen a lot of Phoenix versus Phoenix as of late, so might be interesting. Interesting. A couple of steps moving out, trying to see a bit of what's going on. A couple of depths will come through, a couple shots coming by. You do see the Phoenix coming up from both players. The Warp Gate's building as well, the Nexus on the way through. Got a lot of that on the way up for now as the Sentry is going to go after the probe and the Phoenix moving out. So Phoenix versus Phoenix. Hero is very good at Phoenix versus Phoenix. We know that. He's one of the few players that can oftentimes contest MaxPax in this compositional war. Feels like a pretty big deal. Oracle will come about. We'll get coming through. Get settled. See the couple of Phoenix going to get jumped on the Phoenix. It's going to go back and forth a little bit. A little bit intense, obviously. 2 Phoenix to 3, gotta be careful. We are transitioning away from this though. Blink on the way up a little bit sooner from Nightmare. You're going to try and follow for now. Hallucination down the bottom side. Blink still coming about. A couple of gates coming over. The Oracle is going to step through. The Phoenix is going to be there to jump onto the Oracle. Cancels up the structure in the background there. Just going to be continuing through with the Stalkers then instead. Phoenix would like to poke in if possible here. Shots. Phoenix taking damage. It's going to get pushed around the side again. Robo Facility Nexus. All continuing through for the moment as we get underneath, and one Phoenix will fall. Has someone tested recalling air units onto the healing shrine? Wow. That'd be funny, but even if they get there, then they'd just be stuck inside, no? So they get in, then you'd have to recall them out. Yeah, Phoenix and Stalkers gathering. Next coming through, the Blink is on its way, finishing up in a second. A few Stalkers still continuing out as well for the moment. Gonna go try it. Nice, keep us updated. A couple of Phoenix will fly into the main base. Couple of probes already taking damage. So a few shots coming through. Again, charging the prism coming about. Just got ourselves the gate still building through. The pylons coming up. Well, Phoenix still in the center as we continue to move around for the moment. As again, some Stalker Sentry steps forward. The Phoenix are going to join in there. Settle for a moment or two. We're going to activate, and a few of those probes begin to go down, so we are going to see workers dropping. The Phoenix gathering. Charge chrono boosting going to be done in a second here from Hero, so he will have that advantage to him if we take a fight. It's going to be a Guardian Shield popping up. I mean, he's up 20 army supply attacking into this. Phoenix will take a couple Stalkers out of the equation as well. We have the Guardian Shield quite far back, but it is there, so it will help to some extent during this fight too. More Phoenix still getting lifts off because we're just not targeting the Phoenix down, so they're being left to their own devices in amongst this fight. Stalkers continue to trade. The Phoenix lifting Stalkers once again. Hero has maintained his advantage throughout this, and now not just an army lead but also a worker lead. A lot of probes fell in attempting to defend here. Phoenix will get the other Phoenix. Stalkers will trade with the Stalkers, and this should just be GG coming up as I think Nightmare is kind of down and out now. His Stalker count that remains is just very low HP, which is why I'm not feeling good for him. It's not that he has nothing, it's just what he does have is already weakened up. He's about to get +1 in charge. I'm not sure how much the +1 is going to come into play. Hero does not have an aggressive warp in, right? So there's the Prism now. So the warp in initially came in from the bottom side, so with the warp ins off the Prism, this probably starts to end. Hero even going to take advantage of the control he has of the map and takes the right side 3 o'clock gold base here on Persephone. Looking to just take something which his opponent can't do anything about, because let's face it, what are you going to do as Nightmare? You can't just go waltzing across the far right of the map when Hero's constantly pressuring you in the left side. So it's a perfect choice from Hero, because I think it's something you can get away with. The Archon is a great addition from Nightmare, but again, sometimes it's just a numbers game, and right now it's definitely a numbers game. Hero has a lot of them numbers. The Stalkers are non-existent, so the Prism is safe to warp in. Even more Zealots. Overwhelming forces. Hero GG's. Oh, sorry, gets the GG's out of Nightmare, and he will tie this up 1-1. Game 3 coming up. Third map here will be Tokamak as Hero gets us to 1-1. Well, we just saw one PvP where obviously Hero went up a game and then lost 3 in a row. Now Nightmare goes up a game and he's lost 1. Will it be 3 in a row? He's in the replay for a second, checking that out, which is slowness from hosting the next game up, guys. But as soon as he's out, we'll get this hosted and into Tokamak. Incorporeal and Magnatha maps 4 and 5. If we get to map 5, of course, obviously map 4 guaranteed already, with it being 1-1. And Nightmare just taking a moment. It's out now. Perfect. Alright, we got 5 castles, we got 2 ready players. Let's do this for Tokamak. Game 3 is the lead of the series is on the line here. Who will get to match point, who will get to elimination point? It's time to find out. Go to Tokamak. The bottom left-hand side, the Blue Pros player bringing it back. Been some intense games, though. I mean, a lot of back and forth. A lot of different fights having to happen and so on. It is Hero in the bottom left. Top right will be Nightmare. It's definitely been a pretty fun series so far. Will today only be PvP? No, we have a TvP after this, MaxPax versus Cure. It's going to be our last series of the day. As one of those guys will get eliminated. Could put us down to only 1 turn left in the tournament if Cure loses. Is a possibility. Hero's coming up and gets settled down. Well, the gate's coming about. Similar is building. And we just wait for a bit of excitement. Obviously, we already see the 2 gates versus 2 gates this time, so already getting a little bit of an idea as to a little bit of what happens, a little bit of the mix-up that we've seen compared to previous games. We have seen some single gateway builds, so the double gate on double gate is a step away from that in this game 3. Well, the warp gate and the 2 stalkers start to move out here. We will have ourselves the little bit of action. Just a couple probes actually blocked in by that pylon. That's funny. Stops the mining of that gas actually, which is kind of a big deal. So you're going to delay the gas mining of your opponent in the early game for just a little bit. Like I say, that's funny, but it's surprisingly effective. Couple of depths coming online. The warp gate's still building through. Get all of that settled down. Sentries coming up as we get that going as well. So the Nexus, the Stalkers, the Wolf Gate continue going through, and the couple of depths making their way down to the bottom. Shading right across that bottom left hand side. So we're going to try and get into position. Get that all rolling. The Stalkers will just ping up onto the sentries, so a bit of damage done right away. Well, Force Steelers are going to trap the Stalkers in even. Stalkers going down. This aggression of Nightmare across the map does well, but then Hero is over here and he's going to get that Stalker. And then there's nothing here at the moment. Hero actually steps down the low ground. I actually think he could stay on the high ground and actually kind of just poke around there for a little bit longer, but tough choice to make. The Stalker pops out. Across the map, Hero again is in danger of taking damage. He's going to lose a Stalker here. Yeah, loses 1 on the attempted recall. Close to the natural as we chase the Adept down in the main base, and we finally, after a bit of a chaotic early game, settle ourselves. 25 to 22 workers. Army supply heavily in Hero's favor. The tech going to be heavily in Nightmare's favor because the Twilight Council's finished and Hero's yet to throw down a tech structure. A lot of gas floating at the moment, and he needs to start spending that. Couple of those adepts still moving about then. Take a couple of moments. Pixel Shade, Blink is coming by, the Stalker stepping through. We're just going to see a couple of probes already going down, so a bit of damage dealt right off the bat. It's actually going to be nice here, just getting straight in, and this is going to be serious damage, right? 4 workers. And he was stepping forward with the rest of the army. He's still not really tech though, right? His Robo Facility done, and Immortal added on, and will then go Twilight Council behind it. So working on that now, but he's not going to have a lot of Immortals when Nightmare first has Blink. I wonder if Nightmare maybe does have an opportunity to truly make something work with this Blink here. Hallucination gets picked off. The Stalker Sentry still gathering. Hallucination moving through. Our Twilight Council is a couple of moments away from being completed. Hallucination very much so still on its way across. And the Stalkers will get that to pick away at that as well. We're just going to nibble. Hallucination getting nipped at. We'll have ourselves the Dark Shrine and the Nexus continue to come about for a few moments. Mortal and the Charge coming up as well. Let's see the Robo Gateway, Nexus, probes. All continuing through for the moment. So just bring a lot of that out. Stalkers of Nightmare will step onto the map. So we're just going to blink back for a couple of moments. The Guardian Shield is coming up. A couple of moments as well. Just going to get that going. Still see our Stalkers threatening down toward the bottom left-hand side of the map. Small on the Charge still building. Hallucination steps over to the side. We got extra gateways coming up at the moment. The Immortal reducing through. Dark Shrine is active, and Hero will start up some DTs. He's actually been using DTs, or trying to use DTs a lot today. Sometimes he's been able to get them out to win games. Sometimes he's had them out to no avail at all. But it's been a bit of a mixed bag, but it's definitely something he's really been sticking by. Dark Templar trying to make their way forward there. The Hallucination gets taken out. Again, the gate's coming about, the cannon's coming through, the Charge and the +1 attack upgrade building as well for the moment. It's just going to see a lot of that still coming about here as our Hallucination steps across. For now, going to see that taken down. We do see the few Zealots getting warped in. Hallucination just flies through. A couple of shots from the cannon going to be an effective start, but the Hallucination will go down. Shadow Stride coming up still, +1 attack coming by. It's going to be seeing a couple Stalkers getting through there for a little bit extra work as well, once more. A little bit more warp in action as we just see Nightmare backing up the numbers. The unit comp gets 4 mortals to 2, favoring Hero. But Archons starting coming from Nightmare. I mean, Hero can obviously add Archons as well via the Dark Templar. And obviously does have the Archon or the DTs available to potentially be effective as well. So options definitely available in that regard. Let's see what comes of it all. Opening up a little bit of space there. Let's do some Hallucination out onto the map. +2 on either side. The High Templar still building. Zealots on the way. More warpins as we do step up from Hero up that top side of the map. It's going to get rid of the hallucination then. It's going to be a nice grab. The, again, upgrades continuing from both. There's a couple High Temple also built. There we go. A couple of Zealots going to start getting a little bit active here. A couple of Stalkers firing back over. GTs are going to get active onto a bunch of those Zealots, and that's some good damage dealt as well. As they show up and just going to recall away. As the Observer that recalls over there, the rest of the units are walking across. Oh, good defense by Nightmare. Defense against the DTs, defense against the main army. Will not let Hero break through just yet, so going to keep himself sturdy for the moment. There is the couple of Zealots in that prism heading back across the other side. Prism is going to be finishing up soon. Getting some more aggression going. Hero's still trying to push in the front, but he's losing a lot of supply. I mean, he's losing this fight, I believe, and then he's also getting cleaned up across all the bases. Nightmare's defense is extremely good. Wow, great defense from Nightmare. He comes across, Pylon will get taken out. The Archons come across, the DT blinks to the low ground already. That's that army stepping over as the army collects in. +3 attack going through the Nexus. About to finish. Immortal and DTs will build as well from Hero. Hero's getting to Disruptors though, and that's a fun addition. We've not seen a Disruptor all day in the PvP, and this is going to be his chance to break into that tech. Seems like he'll get there successfully, and with Disruptors out, you always have so much firepower kind of available to you. Now, both players are going to recognize where the opposing army is at a little bit, although Nightmare... I mean, who's catching who here? I actually don't know. Hero's kind of getting caught, but he's also got most of his army there, but a lot of it's trailing behind. DT's drop into the main base. They're going to try and be a problem as the cannon will go down. That will cause issues. Here's the rest of that Nightmare army showing up, and Hero's going to run into a corner. He's going to try and recall. He knows this is not good. He's being cornered in. He loses a lot. I mean, he's definitely going to need these Disruptors to do some magic. Recall into the main base as Nightmare tries to clean up the DTs ASAP, and we'll get them fairly quickly. Prism just about able to escape away through the top. And then we'll go down to the couple of Stalkers which get there for the kill. And DT's still building up. Archon's trying to come through from Hero. He's getting those Disruptors out. Disruptors have to carry right now in this upcoming fight. He's down 40 army supply. He needs the Disruptors to land some decent shots. They still got a surprise factor for the Disruptors as well, I believe, so there's a bit of potential there, perhaps, to maybe get a catch the Nightmare's not expecting. Let's see, as we're going to fire the first Disruptor shots forward. It's going to land quite nicely. Hits the two Immortals there, and everything's clumping up for Nightmare. Honestly, very good Disruptor shots. It did weaken up a lot of the major tech units, but do we have enough anyway? The Archons are still standing strong. They're going to deal with a lot of the Zealots that get walked in, but they are low on shields from some of the Disruptor shots that they ate, and Hero is actually going to find a defense. He's pushing this back. Now, reinforcements are arriving from Nightmare. The warping of a couple more Zealots. This Disruptor shot going to go big onto the Stalkers up top. And Hero is still fighting this back. He has had a one single attack upgrade lead during this as well. He keeps the Disruptors alive. Also, what a defense from Hero as he needed those Disruptors. And boy, did they deliver. Like I say, they were not the explosive, kill everything connections. But they weakened up so many of the tech units. It actually made that army fightable. It made that matchup winnable. And suddenly Hero swings the supply into his favor. Obviously, at that point, the attack upgrade starts to come through a lot as well. Having that little attack upgrade advantage is just another little bit of something to gain back in the game with. Crazy stuff as Hero is able to get the defense. And Nightmare loses his advantages. Now Hero's going straight across the map. He feels like he's got the advantage just to push straight over. he might not be wrong. He's not going to give his opponent a lot of time to rebuild the tech units, and that in particular is important. And if he gets in position, the Disruptor's going to start firing through aggressively, which is always good. We'll defend the Zealots comfortably here. Disruptor Shot's going to go for the Archons. They can load into the prison, but we get one of them deleted. As now Disruptor Shot chasing Stalkers up top as well. It stopped for a second. Could have maybe even had more. Well, a few more Stalkers warping in, but can we actually defend here as Nightmare? He's down 30 supply in the armies. Immortals are just going to shred those Stalkers if that's the fight they have to take. As Zealot warping could not come soon enough here from Hero just to help offset the numbers on that right side. Another Disruptor Shot landing just for the Stalker, but it pushes units back as well, which is just as important in the grand scheme of things. GG, says Nightmare. Hero takes it. What a turnaround. Felt like Hero lost so many fights in this game, but finds that major defensive fight when he needed it, and is able to swing the game into his favor. That was a... Yeah, that was pretty sick, because like I say, we don't see Disruptors a lot in this matchup. It's kind of a bit of a push to get Disruptors out on this map a lot of the time in the first place. And they absolutely were the right call here, and they saved him. Crazy. Proteal High Dean, 133-month resub. Damn. Crazy. 11 years and counting is pretty darn nuts. Thank you so much for the 133, as we'll just try and host into Incorporeal. Try and click it again. Yep, there we go. I'll drop the lobby links down. Ready, go, go. Let's do this. Oh, Hero's got to have a bit of momentum behind him right now, because that's got to be a bit of a feel-good game. One where you're not definitely not looking your best. You're definitely looking a little bit worse for wear, but then you're able to pull yourself back into it. That's got to be a feels-good Hero, and Nightmare has to now get himself back on track after that to win this next game and to stay alive in the Summit Championship, else he is eliminated, obviously. And not lose this game now as Nightmare. It is elimination territory. Hero up 2-1, looking to advance to the final day in the top 4. His opponent, Nightmare, is struggling down 1-2. What's up, Captain Damage? Thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. More turnies, more SC2. Hell yeah, thank you so much for the resub as well. Thank you for priming us up. Do appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, one on both sides. Wait and see if we go to the second gate. We do from Hero. We do not from Nightmare. It's been a really fun mix of openers in this PvP in this series. Both players are kind of experimenting with kind of all the different ways of playing. It's very cool. If you guys are enjoying the stream, obviously, this is a WardiTV event, as usual. These events don't happen without your support, so do consider subscribing. We're very close to 700 subs, guys. So we are very, very close to hitting that sub goal that we always try and aim for and trying to maintain. It's not been very maintainable lately, but we're very nearly there. So if you do enjoy, consider priming us up, consider supporting. Do appreciate it. Thank you so much for anyone that does decide to do any of that. Appreciate you guys as we get into this game. For pylon proxy from Hero. Fast expand from Nightmare, and Hero's going to try and deny it. Hey, what's up, Chuckles TV? Thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting. Again, helping make these tournaments happen. Thank you so much. Well, straight up forward gateway from Hero. Aggression right off the bat from him. Robo coming up from Nightmare. This typically is just going to be a dive to as many Stalkers as possible and hoping that those Stalkers can take down the Immortals and so. Stalker's going to fight. Another pylon coming down. Pushing up at the moment. Robo about to complete gateway in the sentry. Coming online, we'll see the couple of Stalkers will begin to fight. A couple of Stalkers taking some damage. For the moment, go a little bit of back and forth. Stalkers will get a few shots off. A couple of Stalkers taking some damage. Again, the Immortal in the gateway. Continue to come up right now. Just seeing the Stalker still firing. The battery taking a few shots. Force field's coming down. In a good start here from Hero, but what needs to happen now is he needs to maintain the Stalker count, and he needs to get rid of that Immortal. If you get rid of the Immortal, you've got a good chance. He's going to pressure the Nexus. That forces you to step forward as Nightmare into a more exposed position. Good cancel on that battery. It was about to get hit, no doubt. Pylon actually may be in some trouble. Gets another Stalker as well. Good work. Hero putting the work in right now. He goes forward. There's the Immortal taking a shot. The sentry goes down too. Force field is going to hurt you here because now you can't actually protect that pylon. And uh-oh. No pylon on the low ground. Two Immortals out. A couple of Adepts are going to threaten forward as well, and that's something we're not really set to deal with right now. So now we've got to pull back and deal with Adepts, giving the Stalkers freedom to take out this Nexus. A Stargate behind it from Hero as he looks for an answer to the Immortals. A Phoenix or two can go a long way in this scenario. The Nexus has gone down, and this game is spiraling quickly out of control from Nightmare after a devastating loss on that previous map, where Hero was probably not meant to win, but brought it through and made it happen. We are now seeing Hero just completely capitalize in this Game 4 and look to move through to the final day of the Summer Championship playoffs. Just on the ramp, a couple of Immortals lift back up here. You'll see a couple of Stalkers trying to poke about. Force field on the ramp. Immortal going to get trapped in for the moment. Prism going to take a couple of shots. Stalkers will be there to chase that back to the other side. Already again, the 5 probes going down. The Oracle going to activate, go after an Adept or two. The Adept's going to shade the Phoenix overhead. The unit's going to come up the front. Pylon going to be taken down. We'll see that Phoenix going down as well. Another Adept getting picked off. Army of Nightmare still gathers. Going to go forward and play cleanup. I mean, it gets interesting now. He's going to deny the gate. He's going to be on the map. He adds 2 more gateways, so he's just going to send it himself, and he's going to request Hero find a defense. Might be difficult, genuinely. I mean, the Phoenix I actually think would have been, would still be useful here. The Oracle's going to go across, well, 0 defense, so that's just probes going down. Okay, there's a battery, so the probes will not all die, but it's obviously mining time lost until that gets solved. Oracle may as well activate and just work through the battery energy. Probes are going to run, finally a warp in. Army pushing from Nightmare. Hero has a good amount of army supply. Has that pylon on the main base to deal with, though. Stasis is good. It's going to get a few probes there. Did not manage to pull them in to kill it in time. And just look at the unit count. It's not teched up, but it's a lot of units. Force field's going down. Going to trap the sentries in. High energy sentries dying. Not ideal for Nightmare, whose attack here is already falling to the wayside a little bit. And you can see that Hero is going to have the numbers. GG, says Nightmare. Very well fought series. He had some great moments in this matchup. Hero was just a little bit too good at the end, especially after turning around that game 3. Nightmare never recovered. GG's, and that sets us into a final matchup of the day. MaxPax versus Cure. I'll get that PVT ready to go. MaxPax versus Cure. The winner plays Hero, and that's the second... Was it the opening match? Opening match? Of the final play day of playoffs on Thursday, as Hero does advance to the top 4. Obviously, Clement Classic guaranteed top 3 in that upper bracket final. Hero top 4 guaranteed now, and it's one of MaxPax and Cure to join Hero in the setup. So we'll hop on over to NA. We'll get this ready to go, guys. Apparently my channels have been removed on NA, so we'll get that sorted. I'll take a couple moments. I'm going to just BRB screen it a second. I'll see you guys in just a few. We'll be right back. Vetoes are coming through here between MaxPax and Cure. As Fantasy, Incorporeal, Torches, and Persephone, Leyline's going to be our opening map of the series. The maps are back on NA, apparently. Much improved situation from yesterday. Everything broke. I hope Kira takes him down. It's not because I don't like MaxPax, just because I'd love to see another Terran into the top 4. 2 Terran, 2 Protoss. Seem exciting. It would be a Hero Kira matchup. Could be very exciting too. Yeah, no, kind of tune on Kira a little bit, but if MaxPax makes it, MaxPax Hero is always a banger, and then I'm sure the rest of the matches will likely turn out to be awesome from there as well. So, can't really go wrong. Yeah, can't really go wrong with your wins, but I'll cheer on Kia for the sake of evening out the racial balance in the top 4 as we have our players ready, and we can go into our final series of the day. This best of 5 looks to wrap up here. As we get this started on up. Alright, welcome to the final series of the day. Cure versus MaxPax. Really do think that we've got ourselves a fun one, because Cure has actually played some really cool games against MaxPax lately. Him and MaxPax have gone back and forth on a few series, so making for some fun stuff as we get ourselves the top right red Terran player to start us off. This is going to be Team Liquid's Cure. Taking on the blue Protoss in the bottom left, it is MaxPax. That's a 5. That's game number 1. And it's a Terran SCV coming across the map in an odd direction. Probably an engineering bay block looking to be played here initially. Engineering bay block does come down. Probably going to get down, and we're just going to move it over to the third base location. Go initially over there. Cypher core just going to be coming through. Let's see the adept on the way about. Just going to get that going for the moment. Just going to have ourselves the command center dropping down. Nexus probe and headset coming through as well. Going to be seeing the Cyclone on the way from Q to start us off. So not going to see any Hellions despite engineering bay blocking MaxPax into an oddly located expansion to begin the game. But we'll just get this Cyclone out. We've seen a lot of the Cyclone play. Obviously, we did watch Kira play TVP to start the day off as well, remember, against Classic. That was not the prettiest of series in the end for Kira, but yeah, he ended up losing out on that one. Obviously, came back against ByuN. It's been a long day for Kira, to be fair. It was 3.5 hours ago he started up the first series, so it's been lengthy. Obviously, we've had some faster matches, which means that it's not been kind of a super long time overall, perhaps, but still pretty reasonable. And Siege coming through, the Phoenix and the Warp Gate still building, the Gateway coming about as well. Trying to settle through for the moment. Battery's going to be healing. The Adept Stick, a little bit of that healing right now. The Twilight Council and Gate still building. Command Center's on the way from Cure. He's going to play triple CC, so big economy game from Cure. Stargate from MaxPax means he's not going to be able to do much about the triple CC either. Right? You know, Phoenix coming online is something which is generally seen as a very safe play, keeps you safe from a lot of the harassment. Phoenix Charge especially is going to be a, you know, let's save myself from the Marine tank pushes and the aggression. But Kira is playing in the complete opposite direction with the Command Center coming up instead. So a third base and a commitment to an economy here more than anything else. Very fun. Very fun indeed as we have the couple of Phoenix will slide by. And joined up for a moment or two. As you see the Command Center finishing up in that main. Did the Phoenix scout this, by the way? MaxPax? No, did not see the third, so he doesn't quite know just yet. At least he hasn't seen the CC just yet to confirm the base. So that is fairly noteworthy as well. Phoenix coming back through. Settling for a couple of moments, just seeing that SCV. And lived, but that's going to cost you a Phoenix as well. So MaxPax up against a triple Command Center, losing his early game Phoenix. On his way to the charge, on his way to the Temple Archives, but hard to really say that anything's really going the way he wants it to just yet. Q definitely off to a very respectable start. Of course, top 4 on the line in this event if he can win through. Top 4 will get invites through to the WardiTV Fall Frenzy later this year, so there is a benefit to finishing top 4. Obviously, top 2 still get that 2025 championship seed as well, so that's also very notable. Hallucination just going to scout through. Does not really find anything too noteworthy for the moment. So Hallucination doesn't do too much. Impact Combat Shield and +1. All on the way in as well, so bringing all of that up and online right now. You can get that Storm finishing, get the Nexus and the Gateways coming through. Continue to settle as the few Phoenix obviously still want to try and keep a tab on things. We actually do have a nearby gateway, so we are looking for a little bit of aggression here as well. Phoenix moving about one more time. Really able to get anywhere just yet though, so let's see with the Zealots warping in if we can really make an attack. And honestly, I feel like Q is pretty secure defensively. I don't think there's really much of an opportunity to do a lot right now, but I suppose we will see in just a few moments as the couple of Zealots are going to lead the charge in. We do have a Storm. Lifts the Cyclones initially. Oh, first Storm, good. Second Storm kills the Marines that got stormed on the first one. Storm, 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 Storm. Zealots charge into the natural at the same time. MaxPax just pushing forwards. He's going to be out of Storm energy now. Is there enough bio to keep fighting this off? SCV's going down in the attempted defense. And the answer right now is we will defend this as Cure, but expensively. 15 workers going down. Those Zealots on the natural, definitely a problem. They were able to just run straight by and get a whole lot done as MaxPax continues to hit into this third base right here and is just going to attack straight through. Looking very comfortable at the moment. And definitely seeming as though we are going to have ourselves, I think, a MaxPax advantage at the end of this first game already. Kira just losing a little bit too much there, man. MaxPax just powering on in. I felt like Kira's setup was good, but man, those first Storms were kind of deadly as well. They got so much done, so much value found right off the bat is just something you can't necessarily always be contending with. Now the third base has to get lifted up and brought out of there, and this does look truly like a little bit of a miserable situation. Just going to see another storm coming down, the bio pulling back. A couple of Zealots going to get jumped on as the bio needs to trade that for a little bit. Another storm coming down. But this situation really isn't getting too much better. I mean, Q stabilizes slightly, but MaxPax has, you know, a 20 worker lead at this point as well, so his position is absolutely looking tons better than his opponent's right now. There's the plain simplicity of it all. Ghost and armor upgrade coming through the bio will get rid of the pylon and the gateway up to the top side, so able to make a little bit of a grab on that. I mean, Kira's under attack in the main base while he's got Zealots leaking into the natural. You really can't just see that this is perhaps just becoming a little bit too much right now for our Terran. I think we are reaching the point where kind of staying strong in this game is going to be a little bit much of a challenge, but maybe. I mean, the army is there from QSR, so maybe I'm speaking a little bit too soon, because, like I say, the army supply is there. It's just turn this army supply into a fight while MaxPax is already up on 4 bases, while MaxPax is already looking more so toward the future again, right? That's my problem. That's the issue I kind of see with this. You should never say never, though, huh? Should never say never. There's going to be that Ghost coming through, a couple of Vikings coming up, the Armory is on its way in as well. Starpod drops down over toward the reactor. Armory going to finish in a moment. 3 Marauder Viking all coming out and online. The Viking there just going to get a little catch, nothing too crazy, just pushes the Prism away. At least frees you up from being attacked a little bit. Which, hey, maybe again gives Q the kind of route that he needs in this game. 101 to 99 army supply for the moment. This army of MaxPax pushing up, ready to attack in. Widowmine shot going to go off onto the Zealot. The rest of the buy going to stim. Storm comes through. The MP is decent onto the Colossus, trying to reduce their numbers right off the bat. Oh. They're going to try and split up and come from 2 sides. The Storm's already making hard work of that for Q, at least, because he's just going to eat a lot of Storms on the left, and the supply goes massively into MaxPax's favor. GG for MaxPax's Game 1 victory. MaxPax gets the opening game of our series, and we'll be setting up 1-0. Game 2 coming through in a few moments. Going to be going to Ultra Love. MaxPax hosting for us. All is right in the world as we get up and ready to go. Say in just a few moments' time. Everyone's in the lobby, and so we are beginning to make a move into game 2. Q trying to bounce back, then the 3CC not working out for him in that last game. Load into Ultra Love. So, starting off, getting underway, getting set to party. In the bottom left-hand side, up 1-0 is going to be the blue Protoss player MaxPax. Against the red Terran in the top right side. Team Liquid's Cure. That's Proxy Rex time. Cure Try the 3cc, that didn't work. Now going to go proxy rack, just a single one, so not the most aggressive you can be, of course, as we get that settling down on the bottom side of the map here initially. And there's the ranks, there's the gas both coming through the barracks. Be done here in a couple of moments. I'm just going to see the pro coming in about, the SCV stepping over. We have our Cybercore about to be done. The Reaper coming through the factory on the way. Pro continues through. Just going to see the Reaper building up. The Pro going to nibble on the high ground. And the Reaper going to be annoying. The probes actually have to pull against. There's Stalker about to pop out, so we can't stick around there forever as the Reaper. But it's a good amount of probes off the mineral line to begin with. Again, the Adept building, the Reaper about to finish. Commands are going to drop down as well, get that set up. Reaper's going to move, obviously, again together. Maybe they can do something. Starport's on its way. Let's go looks for the next step of this. MaxPax on his way to the Twilight Council. Going to be moving through to the probes and the Stalker. Warp Gate coming online as well. And CC is about to complete the barracks and the tech lab, still coming through as well. And Command Center about to complete the couple barracks coming through. Medevac and the siege tank building in as we talk about this. And a lot of setting up right now. And the Adept is just going to poke up, and the Depot will take a couple of shots right off the bat. Storm's going to get a few hits off as well, but should for the most part be getting turned away here by the tank. Watermine gets 2 probes, which is more than expected. Guess I'm pulling away a worker there. Now the other Watermine into the main base is secure. Tries to hit this mineral line. A couple of extra Stalkers going to show back up. And that Watermine gets taken out. The Medevac is going to be in trouble as well. Did not mean to drop the mule in the mineral line. Eager to guarantee us that that was not BM. It's okay, says MaxPax. I feel like almost lost the freaking Medevac typing misclick. Yeah. Kind of just a moment where burrowing the mine is probably the same as your command center, so you probably try to burrow the mine or something, then he drops the mule by mistake. A little bit accidental. Don't see the accidental man and mule every day, though. Two Stalkers gather in, Stimpack is building, tanking a few Marines coming up. You got the Engineering Bay and a few more SCVs coming out right now. Continue to build that into play as the extra Stalker warps in. Just going to see that all gathering at the top. Blink straight forward there, just going to get a grab. Tank's going to go back the other way. The couple of Stalkers taking some hits. SCVs begin to go down as we do have ourselves 5 workers dropping. The Marines stepping up. Siege tank firing. The rest of the Stalkers continue after these SCVs as well, so really going at it here. And they get around the back. That's 10 SCVs going down. Great harassment from MaxPax. We're down to 31 workers already, down in the down in the dumps, quite frankly. I mean, this is not where he wants his economy to be already in this game, as the Stalkers put in work, and they're going to try and find a little bit more here. SCVs are chasing through, as Q just doesn't have the need, or the ability to really push this back easily. Across the map, it's the Banshee that's going to show up and get a couple workers, also freeze the medevac from that corner. So the medevac gets away, and hey, we got a good few workers in return. Banshee's just going to commit as well, so hard commitment, and will go for 7 kills. So not bad. Keeps MaxPax away from kind of running off with the game, right? Is what it comes down to, so... Still go after the SCVs. V Marines are there. Prism gonna lift up and back away again. One more time. The main base. This concussive shells. It's not really something you really care that much about getting rid of. It's actually going to cost you some stall because the Marines in the back stop the Prism coming back through. Stalker's coming about. Prism is going to be able to get it going. Stalker's ready to try and deal with a couple of tanks that are advancing forward. Attack upgrade going through on the engineering bay. We will see the Stalkers having to blink back already. Submarines will just shoot. So it's going to get jumped on as well. Take those out. Again, Immortal and the +1 upgrade. Building for now. Big shove across the map from Q is going to give him an opportunity here at least to get some work done, but the Zealots and the Stalkers showing up. The Stalkers want to get those medevacs. That full medevac's going to go down, by the way. GG's is Q. Because this dive in is no good, no bueno. And MaxPax is going to take the 2-0 lead. The best of 5. A map away from having MaxPax just advance to the top 4. Q unable to get things going his way right here, as everything is starting to go wrong. Down 0-2. And Q just trying to dive in. It's not working. Game 3 on the horizon then, as our third map will be Tokmak. Just going to let MaxPax host it because he's probably moments away, and there it is. Another 3-0 incoming. Yeah, well, maybe the final playoff day will just be super epic. You know, MaxPax Hero, Clem Classic. Maybe the final playoff day will just be super epic. Maybe? We can hope. Guys, ready up. Countdown goes. Now we get ready to go into game number 3 as MaxPax is up 2-0. Q down 0-2. You said Max just won. I'm just talking about, you know, if this is a 3-0 and it's sad, maybe it makes up for it in the final day, obviously. Maybe this matchup is awesome and Pure wins a 3-2 series, and then our final day is crap. It's very typical for our playoffs to be good at one part but terrible at another. So, top right-hand side, 2-0 lead for the Blue Pros player MaxPax. In both games, really, as Q will have to look for a way to figure this out, because this is his last chance. Tournament life on the line. Away we go. Jelly Chip gets cold. Loading into Tokamak here. Okay, going down, assimilator settling. Barracks on the way up. Just going to be seeing the SCV pushing through. SCV just nibbling back at the probe, bit of back and forth going on. We just have our gateway and the probe coming about. The barracks will be done. And to see the orbital and the Reaper is on its way across, so getting that ready to rumble. A couple SCVs nibble at the probe once again, just for now. Getting cozy. It comes back through. It's going to be a cancelled CC as we realize there's a proxy gateway here, so does not want to have to deal with this. And this is just that single proxy gate. This is the MaxPax build. This is the build we called the MaxPax. Proxy a gate, you just expand at home. It's a good amount of pressure you can apply without being overly committed. And yeah, the whole idea is you expand at home, so if your opponent overcommits against this, they're in actually a little bit of a rough position, more so than you'd think. It's definitely kind of working toward that for now. Pulls back over. It's going to be seeing the Poly count's about halfway done. Reacting the tech log coming about. CC is going to build in. It's going to have our battery finishing up in the main mineral line as well. As the Stalker still steps toward the natural, and the Reaper is just going to be up into the main. Annoying, but there's a battery, so Reaper cannot exactly hang around forever or anything like that. Couple of barracks continuing through. It's just going to continue to bring those up. Take a couple of moments here as we have the barracks building, Cyclone on the way. A couple of Marines in the siege tank coming about as well, so again we get that all set. One steps over and just going to go in after the pylon. The Zealot and the Stalker coming through as well. Looking reasonable for the moment. Knock down the pylon, so this gateway gets abandoned at this point, so that will be held back a little. Knock our way through that gate, finish that up, and again we've got the blink coming through as we speak. Gateway will go down. Cyclone is going to come across. Siege tank and a few Marines keep on gathering together. We'll have ourselves the blink about to finish. Sentry on the way, observer building. Reasonable there as we have. And Stimpack and Combat Shield building up for the moment, so we continue to bring that through just for now. Arch, Stalker, Immortal. Here on the map and looking for an opportunity with this tank and the Marines to really get somewhere. He's got a few SCVs as well. You have got the Stalkers out over here, going to blink forward, looking for the tank quickly and early. SCV repair makes it awkward, but we do get it, and we only ate one tank shot there. The Cyclone gets a kill on a Stalker, but otherwise, this is really not too bad. The Stalker's now going to turn, would love to get rid of any unit that they can while playing efficiently here, and obviously the blink is what allows you to play efficiently as well. Impact and that combat shield continue to come through for the moment, so again getting that all up and rolling. Hanging about, just going to be seeing a little scan, that's going to be the Stalkers. Getting dropped right there as well. Stimpack continues to come through, the charge in the Immortal building as we speak. At the top, Cyclone locks onto the Stalkers, and again we keep on pushing that away. The tanks will siege. Stalkers have to step away from this, Nexus under fire. this army is continuing to shove forward very comfortably for the moment. So MaxPax in a little bit of bother here. He's got to figure out a way to deal with this. He's going to get a couple of units around the back, reinforcements being denied. And that maybe gives you the chance to actually fight this, and we are going to force a major stim. There's not a medevac here, so any stim you force is going to be pretty costly to the Terran army. MaxPax ends up losing the third base, but if he can stop this army getting home and play cleanup on it at some stage, then that would be great. He eats a couple tank shots, though, and that's something you can't really allow to happen. Templar Archives on the way. Another Immortal added on, as Pure back at home is not exactly playing a macro game. He's on 6 racks, so losing the third as MaxPax feels pretty bad, but actually when you realize how committed Pure is, it kind of makes it maybe a little bit more allowable. The only issue is obviously no third base economy means it's going to be a little bit tougher here in the end to really get the job done. Storm starts from MaxPax, and that might just be what we need when there's 6 barracks and Marines being made at once. Again, no starport as well, so anytime the Marines stim, anytime they take any amount of damage, they're going to be hurt fairly permanently. MaxPax going to see how committed this is right now. 2 Stalkers on the misblink as Kua pulls the SCVs, looks to deny this location. I don't know what you do as MaxPax. He doesn't have the energy for force fields. He has 1 single force field he can drop to try and buy some time. This is a high damage output army. He's going to need... I think he needs to pull the probes into this, to be honest. I actually think reality is he needs the Storm. He needs that High Templar to have Storm accessible, and he needs to just get rid of the Marines. And again, the Marines, they cannot heal. So even just one good, well-placed Storm can be extremely impactful here. The tanks pressing forward. No! Not the moment for someone to lag. Jesus. A couple of Zealots taking some damage. High Templar. The problem is, how does the High Templar ever find the correct Storm? Why are we lagging? So whoever's lagging needs to get the hell out right now as... Yeah. The Zealots doing a good job denying the reinforcements. The army's going to press through. We want to get rid of the siege tanks so the High Templar has a chance. It's going to get hit once. It's going to get hit twice. It only gets the single Storm off. We'll get rid of the tanks. We'll get rid of the bunker. It's just Marines left over. Zealots are warping in. We have an energy recharge. We do. We can Storm again. It kind of whiffs. Actually might be good enough. The few Marines getting hurt on it. As we continue to push in, the Immortals are going to chip through that extra Marine showing up. Do we have another Storm on that High Templar? Oh, it's super scary right now. We are going to drop the Storm, but did MaxPax step forward too far with these Immortals? They're getting hit, and they're getting hit hard. He needs reinforcements right now. He's got 44 workers left in the game. He stepped so far forward there, MaxPax. Chasing is nice, but at the same time, that was chasing a little bit too heavily, and now losing the tech units might just be what costs you in the end. Another High Templar warping in. If we can get more Storms, obviously that's great. The Prism I like, because actually if we could bring in... He's actually going to morph an Archon. If you could just bring like the Immortal forward and get the Siege Tank grab with it, that would be amazing. Forces the Stim here. He's actually going to step forward. He's going to go for the Siege Tank. Gets it. Losing some Zealots in the process. But stopping the Siege from being impactful. I actually do worry that Kua can't really get through the Archon count as it grows. High Templar should be able to start gathering some energy as well. I mean, Kua's going home. Kua's going home to 27 SEVs. Ghost Academy building. I don't think this is good enough. MaxPax is going to be okay. Because Q has just been that committed this entire time through this. Army coming about. It's going to be having the forces gathering together. And do you see the Ghost, the Starport coming up at the moment? The army ready to push into the natural expansion here. In we go. Zealots charge through. It's a lot of Marines. Going to drop a good Storm, though. The 1 Siege Tank goes down. MaxPax just knows how good his tech units are. He knows it. There's no reason he'd be attacking here unless he fully believed in these tech units, and he's not wrong. Upgraded Marines, but not really good enough Marines because there's no Starport, Medevac support. Ain't going to do it. The MPs go down. GG gets called. MaxPax gets the 3-0, rounding out today's Summer Championship playoff action. Not the day for Q when it comes to TVP, as everything he tried in this matchup today was a little bit of a whiff and a miss. That's what our bracket looks like. After 2 days of playoffs, one final day of playoffs awaits us. It looks like this. It's going to be Clement versus Classic in the upper bracket final. We'll get warmed up for that with Hero versus MaxPax. That's only some banger matches. Hero versus MaxPax, then Clement versus Classic, lower bracket final, Grand Finals. That starts August 28th in 2 days' time. You can go and check that out. Alrighty, guys, that's it from me today. Hope you enjoyed the Summit Championship. Thank you for the support as always. Appreciate the few subs that came in and everything. We are 12 subs away from 700, so very slowly looking to breach that goal. Maybe on Thursday, in the final day of the playoffs, we can breach through the 700 marker. But yeah, that's it for me. I'm going to head off and wrap us up, guys. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Again, just the rest of this week, we've got Thursday will be the last day of the WardiTV Summit Championship. Then we have, on a Friday, the Leo League Cup weekly finals. The August finals for the Leo League Cup. That actually looks like this. I'll just show you that quickly. So this is going to be Friday's games. It's all 1 by 1. Yeah, okay, love that. Perfect. So this is going to be Friday's games. MaxPax, Trigger, Hero, ByuN, Cure, Rogue, Classic, Hero Marine. So that's Friday's game, semis and finals included. And then Saturday and Sunday I'm going to be taking off. And then Monday is WardiTV Mondays Edition 50. That will also be my last stream before my wedding. So we're going to do a little wedding sellout stream. Well, we'll be doing that on Monday. Helen even said she might make an appearance to help us sell out a bit, so we might have Helen joining the show. But yeah, that's on Monday, and then I'm off. Going to be off for about a week after that to get married, believe it or not. I say about a week, probably a week and a little bit. I'll be gone on Monday. I'll be gone from Monday to probably at least the Thursday after, so like 10 days of downtime. But yeah, there'll still be YouTube videos and stuff. So yeah, just giving you guys a heads up in case you don't make it back, you don't hear what's up. If you see me not online for a while, I'm just getting married. So yeah, alright guys, I'm going to run a set of ads. I'll see you guys on Thursday. So no stream tomorrow. We'll be back on Thursday for WardiTV Summer Championship. See you guys there. Set of ads on the outro, and I'll host one up after.